I am in the foothills of the Dolomite Mountains, about an hour north of Venice in Italy. And this is a place called I Pioppi, the Poplars. 40 years ago, a man called Bruno opened a restaurant. And then he learned to weld, and he thought, okay, I'll make some small bits of playground equipment for the kids who come to my restaurant. Well, it's now 40 years later, and Bruno's welding looks like this. This is the terrifying wheel of death, bicycle of death, I'm not sure how to translate it, at I Pioppi. Like all the rides at this bizarre, kinetic playground theme park, it is entirely human-powered. Everything here has no more energy than what people put into it, in this case by pedaling. There are all sorts of bizarre contraptions and... go on! Here we go! Pedal! Pedal! Yeah! God! 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 Yes! Yes! It is astonishing. It exists only. Come on! Keep pedaling. That is. Oh boy, that's my phone. That's my phone. That's my phone. All right, let's go. Oh, here we go again.
Okay.
Right there.
I'm done.
So I might have broken my phone.
Good news, I did not break my phone. Bad news, I did break my face.
I haven't got long. It is the end of the day. I'm losing the light. I've got to drive on and then catch a flight soon. So I'm going to tell you a story, but I have not been able to work out how much of it is true. And that's okay, and I'll tell you why that's okay, but it does put me in a bit of a difficult position because everyone that I've met here in Wichita Falls, Texas, has been lovely. And this is a great story that sends tourists to their town. So, with that said, this is the Newby McMahon building, the world's littlest skyscraper. It's not much of a skyscraper, it's only 4 stories tall, and its footprint is so small that it is barely usable as a building. Now, the legend goes that back when Wichita Falls was an oil boom town, 1918, there was a massive construction rush. Investors were pouring money into new downtown buildings, confident that the town would be prime real estate for decades to come. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The boom was followed by a bust and by the Great Depression. But this building caused its investors more trouble than most. It cost $200,000, which is about $3 million in today's money. And the investors thought that it was going to be 12 times as tall because the blueprints they thought were marked in feet were actually in inches. No one noticed the little extra mark next to numbers on the plans. So the new downtown skyscraper turned out to be only 4 stories tall, not 48, and so narrow it was almost unusable. The developer, J.D. McMahon, ran off with most of the money, all that was left over from only having to construct a tiny building, and a local judge ruled that the blueprints were accurate. The investors had got exactly what they'd signed off on, exactly what they paid for. The building sat abandoned for a long time. It was renovated in the early 21st century, and these days it's a furniture boutique, and I talked to the owner.
When we first took over this building with our shop, this skyscraper was never allowed to be entered by the public, and we wanted to open it up. The engineers had to come to make sure that the floors could sustain constant occupancy, and in fact they did have to give us some weight and load limits, and they did have to put in an additional structural beam. Whenever you have a multi-story building, by city code there must be an egress and entrance. So they had said, well, we must have at least 2 staircases to allow for that. Well, if this building had 2 sets of stairs, it would literally be a building full of 2 sets of stairs, and there would be no defined space whatsoever. So I think as the compromise from our city, we do have state-of-the-art fire suppression system. The fire marshal that comes to inspect it periodically, he tells me that if we do ever catch on fire, we will not have to worry about burning, but we might have to worry about drowning. So in the early 30s, this was engulfed in flames, and so the floors were gone, the roof was gone, and it got boarded up, and it stood that way for decades. We do have some old newspaper accounts and some old documentation of people that were interviewed back then, how they wanted the building to be demolished immediately because it was a scandal. You know, these people had been ripped off and they were embarrassed about being duped like this. However, it wasn't demolished because they really needed it for office space, so it was used. So we do have some documentation like that, but the original plans that allegedly he had given to his investors, they don't exist as far as I know.
It's a great story. So I started to fact check it and I came up blank. Here's what I did before getting here. I tracked down every article I could on every database I could access, but they were all too modern and the chain of references ran out usually somewhere in the 80s. There are references to a Ripley's Believe It or Not panel from the 1920s, but I emailed the archivists at Ripley's and they said their archives are incomplete. They don't have a copy of it. No one has a copy of it. And look, if we're honest, Ripley's Believe It or Not is not a reliable primary source. So when I got here, I went to the Wichita Falls Library over there. Thank you so much to all the librarians who helped. And I looked through the local newspaper from 1919. It's not been digitized, so I had to hunt through microfilm and scan headlines. And in the time I had here, I couldn't find a mention of the building or of the lawsuit at all. I did find an article about the changing skyline. It has no mention of a planned 48-story building. So it feels like the real estate scam or lawsuit after should have been all over in the news when it came out, surely, but maybe I missed it. Maybe it was too small an article, in boom times it might have been, or maybe I wasn't looking at the right dates. And look, this is a ridiculous building. On camera, it almost looks sensible, but standing here, it is very easy to agree that this building must have been a scam of some sort. So, if I was to place a bet, I would say the scam part is likely. The fact that someone came along in the middle of boom times, sold a dodgy building to gullible investors and ran off with the proceeds is very, very plausible. The inches instead of feet detail of the story though, I just don't know. Surely the investors would have noticed that the giant skyscraper only had 4 floors and a couple of windows. Surely they'd have questioned the plans. So maybe that was a joke from the townsfolk a century ago that got reported as fact, or maybe the investors were off in another state and never got a closer look at the blueprints, or maybe it's true and they were taken in by a smooth-talking scammer. There is a plausible answer for every skeptic's question about this, and I am not saying that the story is false, just that I can't find primary sources. I can't find anything from the time that is evidence for it or against it. And if you can, don't tell me. Write an article, post somewhere authoritative, take a picture of the old newspaper and tweet it out, update Wikipedia. I've reached the end of what I can do, but that's fine. And here's why it's fine, because this is folklore. This is a trickster story. This is the same thing that appears in mythology from around the world and across time. If you think you've heard something like this before, you have. There are a lot of stories like it. It's the monorail episode of The Simpsons. All those news outlets and blogs repeating and emphasising the tale. That's our modern oral tradition. That's passing on stories person to person to person. In a world where making up complete lies to get ad revenue is a viable business model, this is kind of charming. It's a story. And as long as those articles say, according to legend, or the tale goes that, then I think that's fine. We're human. We see things as part of a narrative. Margaret Atwood wrote, in the end, we'll all become stories. And yeah, this is a really good story. Once or twice a month, the private art collection at Gibbs Farm in New Zealand opens up to the public. The tickets are free, but they go very quickly. The art here in this collection isn't just paintings on a wall, it's land art, made by moving vast amounts of soil and earth, or it's sculpture on a scale seen only in a few places in the world. And the most famous piece in the collection is this, Horizons by Neil Dawson, 15 metres wide, the height of a 4-storey building. Depending on who you ask, it either resembles a piece of corrugated iron blown in from a distant farm, or a giant paper tissue that's been thrown away. And it looks like a cartoon that's been sketched on the landscape, but it's made of welded steel. And I think the thing that sells the optical illusion best is that little spike, that little incomplete fold, which is, yeah, actually a big spike of metal, but from a distance, your brain just doesn't see that. This was one of the first pieces commissioned for Gibbs Farm, and it was commissioned. Alan Gibbs, who owns this farm and the art on it, is one of the wealthiest folks to come from New Zealand. And rather than collect art that had already been made, he hired internationally famous artists and sculptors and said, in short, here's some money, make me a thing that'll go here. This farm is basically one rich millionaire's playground. Heck, it was originally bought as a fairly remote place to drive a collection of vintage military vehicles. The art came second. In a 2017 interview with the Wall Street Journal, Gibbs said, It's not a public park. It's not a charity. I'm happy to let people see it, he said, but it's still primarily a family holiday retreat. Of course, everything here is well documented. You can look online and see every sculpture from basically every angle possible. But if you actually want to stand here and experience that optical illusion for yourself, if the feeling of being here in person is important to you, well, Gibbs Farm is only open occasionally. You'll have to join the rest of us in the queue. I reckon that this dome here on a windswept field in Denmark is the world's most frustrating work of art. I know that's a bold claim, so let me explain. This is Elia, designed by an artist called Ingvar Kronhammer. He's famous for dark industrial art, art that looks like machinery, art that looks alienating and remote. Elia certainly qualifies as all that. It's been here near the town of Herning in Denmark since 2001. 32 metres high, if you include those chimneys. The steps up to the viewing gallery are uncomfortably large. It feels like it wasn't designed for humans. Comparisons to an alien spaceship that's landed in the middle of rural Denmark, well, they're cliche, but standing here, they feel about right. Something feels wrong about this sculpture, which is all very impressive, but that's not the frustrating part. In the middle, just between those four pillars, there is a gas burner, and it shoots a massive flame 8 metres in the air, a huge blast of fire. It's one more ominous, unsettling thing about the sculpture. It might burst into flame at any moment. But it probably won't, because it does that, on average, for just 25 seconds, about once every 2 or 3 weeks. At random, decided by a computer. It might be months between eruptions, it might just be a few days. And according to an article in the local news, it won't go off if the wind is too high, which it probably is today, or if there are any people too close. Elia's website doesn't tell you when the flames are going to be, it just archives the time and date of all the ones that you've missed. They keep that up to date just to taunt you, I guess, I don't know. And sure, there are a couple of photos or videos from people online who've been lucky. You can go online and see that. But you can go online and see the Mona Lisa in much higher resolution than you ever could in person, in incredible detail. That doesn't stop people crowding into the Louvre in Paris to fight with selfie sticks. There is something about being there. So if Elia calls to you, if you want to see the fire in person, you are going to have to camp out and watch it 24 hours a day, maybe for months. As for me, I've got about an hour left until I have to leave to catch my flight. So here's hoping. This is Silfra in Iceland, where I got to swim between 2 continental plates. On one side of me is the North American plate, on the other side is the Eurasian plate, and here, this is where they're very slowly tearing apart. Every word I said there was technically true, and I don't want this video to take away from the magic. Swimming in Silfra was incredible. My guides were great, I'd recommend it. But here's the thing, this is the bridge between continents. It's about 100 kilometres southwest of there, and it also claims to be the point where the 2 continental plates are breaking apart. And the 2 cracks, this and Silfra, they aren't connected. Not to each other, and not to the countless other cracks like them across Iceland. Now, the last time I did a video like this, a few people got angry at me because yes, I'm about to debunk something, and if you have fond memories of diving or snorkeling between continents or holding up this bridge in a photo, this might make it a little less magical, particularly if you're able to dive deep enough at Silfra to get the photo where you touch both sides at the same time. You need to be a qualified diver to head down into the depths. I'm not, so I'm staying up there on the surface with a snorkel. And yes, my camera lens keeps fogging up. I tried to do a piece to camera while I was in the water, but it didn't go well. Here's what's true. Silfra is a crack in the earth and it is between 2 tectonic plates. Absolutely. If you're diving there, you are 100% diving in between the continents. The bit that doesn't hold up is that's not the dividing line. You've not got a different tectonic plate on each side of you. You're just in the bit where they split apart. A good way of thinking about it is, imagine that this bridge really was between the continental plates. Imagine that that really was the North American plate and this really was the Eurasian plate. What would this be down below? I mean, other than a lot of volcanic sand that's getting in my shoes. Is it neither? Both? A bit in between? Whatever this is, it's true for this whole area for kilometres. You can see that on the map near the bridge. This is just one of many places where the rocks happen to be a little bit weaker, so this is where they broke in two to let the whole area stretch. Plate tectonics is messy and three-dimensional. This is just where it looks dramatic. As you move out of this area, east or west, over kilometres, the cracks become fewer and less common, and then they stop. And you can definitely say that you're on one of the continental plates. But this bridge is symbolic. Silfra is symbolic. It's where one of the cracks happened to breach an underground river. But swimming in Silfra is still an incredible experience, and here's why. Silfra is filled with glacial meltwater, an underground river surfacing there. The water has been filtered for decades through rock, and there's so much of it that there's a constant current pushing any impurities out into the nearby lake, which includes me. I'm swimming in a literal river of mineral water, and the visibility is perfect. In other parts of Iceland, water like that is bottled and sold, but here we're inside Thingvellir National Park, which was the home of the Icelandic Parliament for 8 centuries and is the most historic part of the entire country. So no bottling plants there. And because it's glacial meltwater, it's also only just above freezing point, about 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, so I need to wear a dry suit to prevent hypothermia. Swimming in Silfra is technically swimming between the continents. That is true, and if there's been one theme through my videos over the years, it's been that the real world does not fit into the neat little boxes that we'd like it to. Even though we keep designing systems that have strict categories and sharp dividing lines, there are always exceptions. The continents don't split at a single line. The real world is far more messy. The Royal Albert Hall is one of the most famous and prestigious concert halls in Britain and the world. It's 150 years old, and basically every world-famous musician and band has performed here at some point. The trouble is, the science of acoustics wasn't really well developed back in the 19th century. A tall, oval-shaped auditorium with a domed glass roof, well, it looked impressive and regal, but it created an accidental echo chamber, the exact opposite of the focused sound that you'd want for a concert. Beautiful location, terrible sound. To see how they fixed it, we need to go up to the parts that the public aren't allowed into.
It was constructed without any thought to acoustics, really, but it was also glazed. It was daylit, naturally lit. A Prince of Wales, who became King Edward VII, made a speech there at the public opening. Everyone heard his voice twice. So immediately they had to do something to solve the acoustics, and they installed what's called a calico velarium. It's like a sailcloth hung from the roof. It was partially successful. The inner glazed roof suffered from leakage, broken glass panes as a result of the Second World War, and also daylight really wasn't suitable for a modern hall. The inner glazing of the dome was removed and replaced in 1949 by a aluminium velarium, which is what you see there now. In the late 1960s, the now iconic mushrooms were added to the hall. They are suspended convex diffusers, and they help cut down the echo tremendously. In 2019, the sound system was replaced completely within the hall, and the subjective response, the reaction from audiences has been absolutely tremendous.
This is right at the top of the hall. That is the glass roof. It is 40 metres down to the floor. And just through there is an air vent called the corona. And running across it is a tensioned steel mesh to let the technicians access it. I am assured by the team here that it is fail-safe and I can walk on it. Guy, hello.
Hello. Welcome to the Corona.
Oh, it's a lot cooler in here. Must be. Oh, I looked down. I should not have looked down. I mean, you're health and safety officer here, right?
That's right, yeah.
You're just casually standing on the mesh.
Mm-hmm, yep. Feel free to step out with me.
That's a full fear response from me, that. I was going to say, is there anything I can grab onto?
That's very greasy, so most people hold my hand, including the fire brigade.
I was going to ask, like, who has to come out here? Oh my God, it bounces. It bounces. Who has to come out here?
Technicians, people who need to put shows on and rigging.
Ha ha ha. Putting all my weight on that foot is so difficult. Bloody hell. Oh my God, don't bounce.
The weight of the Royal Albert Hall roof, the dead weight of the wrought iron structure is about 340 tonnes. The roof itself in total can take about 1,000 tonnes, inclusive of all permanent and imposed loads such as wind and snow loading. There is approximately 100 motorised chain hoists which hang from the original wrought iron structure of the roof, which vary in their load rating, but some can carry up to 1 to 2 tonnes of show infrastructure. We have lighting rails which support lighting, sound speakers, as well as the mushrooms which provide the acoustic dampening of the auditorium. The mushrooms, despite their quite substantial size, only weigh around 40 kilograms. All of the mushrooms, show infrastructure, speakers is all hung from the original wrought iron roof structure.
I am not sure I can move right now. I'm genuinely...
Just look forward. Just look forward and walk. Just walk. There's no way you can fall. There's no way you can fall. Just walk. Look. Just look at the pole, and that's it. You've done it. Well done.
Thing is,
congratulations.
Thank you. It's all. I know it's all in my head because the pole is connected exactly the same as this grid is.
So this is the corona, the crown, and that is the oculus above us.
It's creaking.
That's the heat expanding. So temperatures are regularly in the 30s and 40s.
Typically, whenever there's a fall from height risk, the factor of safety on the material properties that would go into the design of the tension wire grid is 5:1, which means there's a 5-fold weight allowance of the material property which it can support.
But the most surprising thing of all about this roof is not how they fix the acoustics, it's not this terrifying technician's trampoline, it's just out there. And the best way to see that is from the outside. I'm gonna need a hand. I just...
Feel free.
The roof was constructed in full in Manchester, and then it was dismantled and reassembled in London through internal scaffold shoring from the inside of the hall. Every beam and element of the wrought iron trusses was then winched up to the top of the roof and then assembled in situ. The shoring was then removed once the roof had been completed in full and dropped by about 5/16 of an inch, or about 8 millimeters, which would have been a heart-stopping moment, I think, for all those involved.
All of which leads to the most startling thing for me, the reason I made this video. This roof, this iron and glass dome with all that equipment hanging from it, it's not actually connected to the rest of the building. It's touching, sure, it's resting just here. You can see where the two structures meet, but there's no cement, no bolts, no attachments at all. This dome is just so incredibly heavy that it's not going to move, and it hasn't for 150 years. 600 tons of iron and glass and a load of Victorian engineering. It doesn't need anything more, because anything powerful enough to shift this wouldn't be stopped by a couple of bolts. Officially, this suspension bridge over the River Lee in Cork in the south of Ireland is called Daly's Bridge, after a businessman who helped fund it back in the 1920s. But unofficially, it has a different name, the Shaky Bridge, because it shakes. I was going to film this with my GoPro on a stick walking across, but it's a really narrow bridge and I don't want to end up barging into the people who are actually using it. I can confirm from a brief experiment though, yep, it's bouncy.
In the early 1700s, there was a ferry boat that actually brought people from here across to the other side. But unfortunately, between 1906 and 1908, the Dooley family actually retired. They retired themselves from the ferry boat industry, and it was through the philanthropy of a man called James Daly, who gave nearly £700 towards the construction of a bridge project. £700 in today's term would be around €50,000, and to be honest, you would not be able to build a bridge in today's world for €50,000, so the bridge was good value. David Rowell and Company in London and Westminster actually had a bridge catalogue, and the Corporation of Cork bought a bridge off the catalogue. And in early 1927, these huge, giant wooden boxes arrived on the banks of the River Lee, and the bridge actually was constructed. So in the first couple of months, the people of the area discovered that the bridge actually shook when they walked over it.
Now, all suspension bridges, actually pretty much all bridges, will move or shake or sway a little as the dynamic loads on them from people and weather change. And that's a good thing, because if they don't move a little, they break. The design of this bridge meant the shake was more obvious, it bounces up and down, and it probably wasn't intentional. But clearly, it wasn't dangerous, as proven by the fact that the bridge stood for 90 years, taking all the jumping around and abuse that local children, and adults, could throw at it. But nothing lasts forever. In 2017, an inspection looked at the corrosion and damage that had accumulated over the years on the bridge, and, well, it had been built to last with good materials, but we're near the ocean here, and 90 years of salty air and shaking meant that the metal had corroded and wires had broken and frayed. The report said, in short, the bridge had about 3 years before it had to be closed, and repairs were needed immediately. So, It was repaired, not rebuilt. The engineers reused or matched materials as far as possible. They took the deck of the bridge apart, fixed it up off-site, and then put it back together, taking care to keep the height and positioning the same. They replaced the suspension cables with brand new ones and repaired the towers where they stood, and they gave the bridge a fresh coat of paint. But here's the problem. This bridge is on the local record of protected structures. It must be maintained and repaired, but it also can't be changed.
There was public consultation, and of course many people actually wrote in kind of going, keep the shake, keep the shake, keep the shake, keep the shake. And in fairness to the engineers who worked on the project, I think they did achieve that. People have had a lot of fun walking across the bridge, admiring the river, jumping on it. Like, this has been ongoing for 90 years.
Before the work started, the engineers used accelerometers to measure how the bridge responded to someone jumping right in the middle, and they found that the bridge bounces up and down at about 2.3 cycles a second. So as part of the design process, they used computer modelling to work out how the new cables would behave, and they made sure to keep the bridge's total mass as close as possible to how it was before. Bridges shake and twist in 3 dimensions, of course. It's not just up and down, but up and down is the direction you feel the most when you're standing up there. And all the data showed that in all 3 dimensions, the repaired shaky bridge was moving more or less as it did before. There was a slight change, but arguably that just took it close to how it shook when it was brand new nearly a century earlier. The bridge now goes up and down at 2.2 cycles a second. It would have been entirely possible with modern technology and materials to build an identical looking bridge that was much more stable. Normally that's what engineers do, they try to damp down vibrations. But in this one case, their job was to keep things the same. Fixing the shake would not have been preservation. I'm not a philosopher, so I'm going to dodge the many complicated ethical questions about cryonics, about freezing someone's body after they die, in the hope that future science will not just unfreeze them, but also cure them of whatever ended their life. The philosophical side of this is way outside what I'm qualified to talk about, and honestly, my opinion would not be helpful. I will say that I think death is a bad thing, and that humanity should be trying to defeat it the same way we've defeated smallpox. But that is a controversial opinion. The questions I do have for the folks that run this actual cryonics facility are practical and legal. As ever, this is not an advert, the team here have no editorial control. I just got invited to see a place where the dead are being stored in the hope of resurrection.
Currently, there's still very few patients stored here. It's more than 0, but you can count it on a very few hands. The exact number we only release once we have a few more, to not have any potential privacy problems, but it's very few so far.
The company's official website describes the bodies in there as patients, but what's being stored are legally and medically corpses, not people. The people have been declared legally dead and their assets have passed to their descendants. The cryo process cannot start until the person is declared dead, because otherwise it's murder. So if someone who's signed up is close to death, the company will dispatch a very non-standard ambulance.
There needs to be the least possible delay between the heart stops and the cool-down procedure being started. And of course, only if the patient has given informed consent before dying. And then we start practically 3 procedures at the same time. One is we start cooling down as quick as possible. There's a saying in medicine that says, you're only dead if you're warm and dead. The metabolic rate of the cell goes down and the cell dies slower. We also start very aggressive, what is similar to CPR, chest compressions, giving oxygen and so on, to give some amount of metabolic support. Then before you cross 0 degrees Celsius, you want to replace all the blood and the rest of the water against a medical grade antifreeze. It's very important to say, we don't freeze anything. Though, of course, the headline always says this organization is freezing people and so on. In more technical terms, we vitrify them, which is like a glass-like amorphous state, which allows tissue to be stored without any further damage in a state where potentially future technology might be able to, well, resuscitate.
The cryo process causes massive, probably unrecoverable damage to the body. There is no technology now or even vaguely on the horizon that could reverse that damage. But whatever is left, patient, corpse, assembly of frozen stuff, gets stacked up in stainless steel containers here, submerged in liquid nitrogen, until it's possible to recover them, which could very well be never. So, obvious question, how does a dead person pay for a service that, if all goes to plan, will continue indefinitely?
While someone is alive, there's a small membership fee with us. And then at the time of death, it's around 200,000 euros. But this is a one-time fee. The largest part is given to a non-profit organization. They invest that money. with around 1 to 2% above inflation in return expectation, sufficient then to maintain cryopreservation. And you have that money that you put aside, inflation adjusted in the future for, well, whatever medical procedure might be necessary to pay for reintegration, for retraining, to get used to the future again. One of the goals of our organization is to, over time, not only make the cryopreservation procedures better, but also make it significantly more affordable. Somewhere in the mid 5-figure range maybe should be possible over time.
A reminder, that's the CEO of the company. His view is going to be biased. But one of the reasons I was comfortable filming here is that he was very candid about the chances of this working.
We would never state that there's any X% that this works. Cryopreservation is not a medical procedure. It's a research procedure. No one in the world can say if and when cryopreservation might work. Long-term storage is always done with foundations. We have bylaws and statutes that make the foundation from day-to-day perspective very slow, very sluggish, and there's a lot of inertia to change stuff. All of that is there to maximize for longevity. I would like to live on as long as I can and long as I want to. I don't only want that for me, but I think that should be everybody's right. Ideally, I would never like to be cryopreserved. I would like to do whatever treatment there will be when I'm 95 and whatever medication I need to take when I'm 60 to then make that happen. Should I die at 60 of a heart attack or something like that, then I'd much rather be cryopreserved than I'm being cremated or buried. It might turn out it never works, but the alternative has as close to zero a chance as you can ever have.
This, right now, is an option for a tiny minority of rich people, and it probably won't work. But I do think that humanity should be trying to defeat death, so I find it difficult to argue against someone who'd take this option when I know what the alternative is. This is objectively a bad idea, delivering mail by having teenagers jump off a moving boat, run down a dock, put the letters in the mailbox, then leap back onto the moving boat before it leaves them behind. It's ridiculous and not entirely safe. And if someone suggested it as a new thing now in the 21st century, it would never be allowed. But mail jumping is a summer tradition here at Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, USA, and it's also a tourist attraction. And today, I'm gonna get to see if I'd be any good at it. And it seemed like such a good idea until I put the life jacket on.
I have been mail jumping for 5 summers now. This is my 6th summer at the cruise line total, but you have to work here for a season and then you can try out to be a mail jumper.
Now when this started back in 1916, there was about 60 houses on the entire lake, and that was the only way they can get mail. We deliver to about that same number today. We're not postal employees. I'm an employee of the cruise line, where we're contracted to carry the lake mail for that summer season, which is June 15th to September 15th. So in 1916, the predecessor of this company got the mailboat Walworth and started that daily seasonal mail delivery around the lake. As you can imagine, our share of 5 cents postage from 1916 wouldn't have financed running a boat like this, and some forward-thinking person came up with the idea of making this a passenger-carrying mailboat, because that's really what covers the cost of making these deliveries.
The mailboat goes out every day at 10 a.m. Even on Sundays, we do the Sunday papers. I do this about 3 or 4 days a week, and there are 6 mail jumpers that do this job. If we get a big box to deliver, the captain will usually slow down a little bit just to make sure we don't fall and hurt ourselves. But if the package is too big, we will come to a complete stop.
Their shift starts at 7, so they start out by cleaning the boat, cleaning the bathrooms, getting all of the supplies on board. Paige has to go through and get the newspapers all laid out and the pier numbers on. So all of these houses have like a street address, but we correlate that street address with their pier numbers. But we had about 15 kids try out for what ends up being about 5 or 6 spots. They're mail jumper and tour guide. We have them do some of the narration so we can hear that they're articulate. Then we have them do some jumps. They have to be somebody that's pretty athletic, but we let the tryouts pretty much sort that out.
So I actually fell in when I tried out for mail jumping, but they let me do it again and get a second chance, so I got to redeem myself. You kind of just have to be confident. Don't hesitate when you're jumping, because that's when you're going to slip and fall and get hurt.
Before we set off, I did get some advice from today's mail jumper. So leaping off, do I need to like match speed with the dock or anything like that?
It's not so much about speed,
Okay.
it's just making sure that you're not like running at the boat, because otherwise you're just gonna crash right into it.
So the jump off, when I'm leaving the boat, it's just, there's the dock, try not to break your leg, or?
Yeah,
okay.
Don't try to like jump and stop, because you're gonna be moving again, obviously, so try to like run it out a little bit, as we say also, and then
it's just, so it's jump, run, 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 run.
Yeah, so the mailbox is going to be right there for you.
Yep.
Put it in.
Run, run, and then
turn.
Yep.
And then take a few steps, you know, with the boat.
Okay, so try and match vaguely some speed with the boat, and then it's leap and grab.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say the words. How hard can it be? Let's do it.
So I have fallen in the lake a few times. Not so recently, though.
On the average, probably once a week or so, somebody will go in the lake. Most of the time, when they miss coming back onto the boat. So somebody's outgoing mail might get wet. We've got a little pool skimmer down below if we have to. We've had somebody lean out the door and scoop stuff back up out of the lake. The safety vests that they wear are self-inflating. The moment they get wet, bang, they blow up. Every pier that we deliver to has a ladder on it. And so when they miss, they get themselves back on the pier, and I come back around. You don't back up to somebody that's in the water. They jump back on, they wring out their socks, and we keep on going. They know that their mail might get wet someday. They know that their outgoing mail might have tooth marks in it.
I think this is a great summer job. It's really fun. I like being out here on the lake, being out in the sun every day.
Right, my turn. The tourists have left. The team here are just giving me the same test that they'd give to anyone trying out for this job. It is just that the people who try out are usually half my age and twice as athletic. So, you know, what could go wrong? I'll promise this. I'm only giving myself one attempt. If I nail this, you'll see it. If I miss the boat or chicken out on the jump back, you will also see it. This is all I need to do. You made that look so easy. I like that you took the time to kiss the goose on the like that was style points. This isn't actual mail, right? This is just
Yeah, that's just an extra newspaper for you.
Let's do it. I just realized that I'm still wearing my microphone, so I really do not want to miss this jump. No. Okay, so when do I start going out? I can start.
Yeah, you can go ahead and climb out.
You get on the ledge there, there's a little spur up here that you can put your left foot in until you get ready to go all the way out.
All right. The nerves just kicked in.
You got it.
And I want to lead with my right leg out, left leg back. Okay. Oh, this is fast. This is so much faster than I thought it was. Ah! Okay, whoa!
Oh, we did it. Don't it the door.
Yes!
Ah! That was a good one.
That was terrifying. Of all the ridiculous stuff I've done, the bit that scared me the most was the landing. Just not knowing, am I going to just collapse forward? Oh, there's the goose, okay. Over the years that I've been making videos, I've visited quite a few strange elevators and lifts. And every time I do, I get emails from people in Germany saying, what about the one in the new town hall in Hanover? And look, I don't want to become that weird elevator guy, but I finally made it.
This new town hall is the only one in whole Germany with a dome. That's the first specialty, and another one is of course our curved elevator. That's the only one in the world. The elevator was opened in 1913, at the same time as this building was finished. They didn't want to change the design of this building, otherwise they had to install this elevator just in the middle of the main hall. So they found one spot on this building, one small tower, and the elevator follows the form of the cupola. It starts in the third floor of this building, 42 meters high, 8.3 meters sideways. This elevator technique was developed during the construction of this building.
Elevators were already fairly common in high buildings by the time this was constructed, but this elevator has a unique design requirement. It means to travel up the side of a dome, The whole elevator shaft is curved. It's not a diagonal straight line like the Eiffel Tower lifts. The track bends as it goes up, about 17 degrees. And it doesn't bend evenly. It's not a smooth curve. The path the elevator takes is irregular and lumpy. That would be a design challenge today, let alone a century ago.
The new elevator was built by the company Lutz from Hamburg. You cannot use this elevator the whole year because in the winter there it's very slippery there on the dome. So each spring there are many Hanover people who really cannot wait to see again Hanover from above.
The various parts and mechanisms of the original lift were replaced over the years, and in 2007 what was left was ripped out. A few months later this brand new elevator was completed, and it only just fits. At points there's only 5 millimeters of clearance between the cabin and the wall. At other places there's lots more. Apparently during testing and construction it did bump and scrape the walls sometimes. Like I said, the path is lumpy. Oh, and also the floor panels of this new lift, they can be transparent. Obvious question, how do they keep the cabin vertical as it goes up? I assume this would have some kind of clever self-levelling mechanism like a funicular railway or the tram at Gateway Arch in St. Louis. Or maybe a floor with hydraulics in it so it would stay level as the cabin moved around it. But no, the solution is simple. They don't keep the floor level. The whole cabin is just dragged up the side as one. I can't lean on these doors, but I want to. I have to lean on this pole. We started out on the ground at a slight angle, passed through vertical about halfway up, and we ended up leaning a little bit the other way, because a floor with a tilt of a few degrees isn't really a big problem for a short journey. So there you go. Germany, you can stop emailing me. I have finally taken a trip on your elevator. Most of us don't think much about the ocean's tides. Tide goes in, tide goes out. It's just some water moving because the moon and the sun are pulling on it. But those words, just some water, hide an incredible amount of matter, and pulling on it hides an unimaginable amount of force. And nowhere is that more obvious than right here. I'm just north of the Arctic Circle in Norway, half an hour's drive from a town called Bodø. The land here is mostly what Douglas Adams called lovely crinkly edges, and this particular lovely crinkly edge holds the Solströmmen Maelstrom, the most powerful tidal current on the planet. And the reason it's so powerful? That way is the sea. That way is a fjord, a tidal inlet. Twice a day here, the sea rises and falls by about 2 metres. So the water level in the fjord tries to equalise. The catch is that pretty much all the water it needs to do that, 400 million cubic metres, give or take, has to go through this channel. There are other routes that it could take, but the land masses make those slow and shallow. They're winding country roads, whereas this is like a 12-lane freeway. It's a perfect storm. There's a huge mass of water on both sides providing pressure, and the channel starts wide and steadily narrows to the centre both ways. It's the right width and the right shape to create this maelstrom of whirlpools and currents and vortices. What surprised me the most, coming here and standing next to it, is how much it changes moment to moment, second to second. Every little twist in the tide and the water creates a new vortex and a new boil. I had to get close enough to stick my camera in on a long pole, and honestly, it terrified me. Tour groups can take an inflatable boat out into the channel, and you'll see occasional fishing vessels taking advantage of all the marine life that gets shunted through here. But unlike the whirlpools of myth and legend, this maelstrom isn't going to pull a modern, buoyant, powered boat down to the depths. Although a swimmer on their own would be in a lot of trouble, and a large ship might lose control and be dashed against the rocks. But all this force, all this water, this is just a fraction of what's being pulled around out on the ocean. It's just here, it's visible, it's on a human scale, it's threatening, so here, we pay attention to it. Welcome to Foulness Island. The name is unfortunate. It either meant muddy headland or possibly bird headland a few centuries ago. It's about 9 square miles, about 150 people who live on it, but unless you are one of those people or you've got business with them, you will not be allowed in. Most of the island, and importantly, the road and bridge that get you onto it, they're owned by the British military and they will turn you away. But despite having no business here, I am on the island, legally. And that's because I didn't use the road and bridge. I walked along a very different path to get here. The Broom Way has been called the most dangerous, most deadly path in Britain. It goes back at least 600 years. And the only reason that I walked here safely is because I had a guide. A few miles back before we set off, I asked him a few questions.
Historically, there is reportedly 60 to 100 casualties on the Broom Way The main thing is the tide. It whips round from the North Sea and sort of would come from, not as you expect it, sort of straight on from the horizon, but it'll often spiral in to the coastline, and so it'll cut you off from your pathway. It's very easy to get lost out on the Broomway, particularly in low visibility conditions when it's raining or there's low fog early morning, late at night. As there's no features or markers to take your bearing from, you can get very quickly disorientated. Quite often people will naturally walk further out to sea as opposed to back to land. The Broomway is only open at the weekends for the public. The MOD use this as an active firing range, and they have done since the late 1800s. And so one thing that we might see out there is leftover ordnance. They do a pretty good job of cleaning up after themselves, but it doesn't mean that we won't see any out there. I've seen shells sort of this big. You just have to really keep your distance. Shell craters are also a problem because of the exploded ordnance that have gone off. So it's essentially quicksand. And so there'll be pockets of sand which are really soft and mushy that your feet will sink into, that we have to be careful of. I only guide walks when the tide is constantly going out. So we are 3 hours after high tide. The tide is still on its way out, and we should be coming back here as the tides are turning.
So obviously we made it. Thank you, Tom. The path's called the Broomway because back before the military built their bridge, back when it was the only access onto this island, it was marked by brooms every 30 metres or so. Now, to 21st century people, that implies like broom handles sticking out the ground, but no, I tracked down a photo from 1922 and the brooms were just short lumps of brush. But over the last century, those brooms stopped being maintained. They were either swept away or eroded, and now the path is unmarked. But it's still on the map. It's still a legal path. Permanently closing a right-of-way in Britain is difficult.
On Foulness, there are public right-of-way footpaths that we can access. They are rarely used, and so if you do take them, the security switchboards will light up because you'll get reported by MOD staff or by locals who live there because they think you're trespassing. I wouldn't be guiding this if I wasn't a qualified mountain leader who has map and compass skills, good experience of this guided walk that I do. I have first aid qualifications, so I know how to sort of deal and treat with the likely emergencies that could happen out here.
That article from 1922 also names some of the people who died on the path. Several doctors travelling to attend patients, young women trying to reach partners, and island residents who got careless or who would sometimes stay in the mainland pubs too late and then try to race the tide back on a galloping horse. Because the part of the Broomway we walked isn't just a footpath. Under modern law, it is a byway open to all traffic, which means that in theory, you can take a horse or a tractor or anything that's road legal onto it. It would be a very, very bad idea to just drive onto the sands, but in theory, you could if you didn't get bogged down. Now, a few times a year, the village on the island and the main road are open for tourism, but not right now, not in 2020, which means that right now there is only one way for the average person to get onto Foulness Island. But there are two ways to leave. We could go off the rights of way, trespass onto military land, and then very soon after get escorted off by soldiers, assuming we weren't arrested. Or we could just walk back. This is a grocery packing warehouse in the southeast of London. Folks have ordered their groceries online, and instead of people walking up and down the aisles of a traditional grocery store to pick up items, these little devices move more than 1 million items every day between them. Instead of trying to build machines that fit into a world designed for humans, this entire facility, the size of 7 football fields, is custom built to make this as efficient as possible. I cannot get across on camera just how incredibly large this whole place is. The top speed of those boxes is about 14 kilometers an hour, and they pass within 5 millimeters of each other when they move. So, how many robots are there in the hive? Well, that depends on how you count them.
What you're looking at behind me is the hive. We've got the grid, which is the metal structure. It's filled with products. So that product is housed within what we call totes, or these open boxes that you can see at the top of the grid. We have around 2,300 bots, and they move the stock around the warehouse so that we can pair it up with customer orders to be delivered. The bots will move in the X and Y direction. They can also move in the Z direction. So we have a cable hoist system that means that they can lower down a gripper assembly and grab onto the stock that we have in the grid. In some areas we have as deep as 21 totes all in a line. We have sensors underneath the bot that mean that every time it passes over one of the squares on the grid, it has a laser underneath it that can tell when it moves over that cell. So it will say, I've passed a cell, I've passed a cell, I've passed a cell. We have around 58,000 different types of individual products within the grid. We'll use the huge amounts of data that we gather to understand what customers are most likely to order and place them in the easiest to reach locations for bots. All of that combined means that we can have stock into the warehouse and out again from our suppliers into a delivery van in just 5 hours.
The robots deliver their crates over to the packing area. Some of that packing is done by humans, but there are mechanical arms as well. One of the big problems they've got to solve is that grocery packaging is designed for people, and the interactions between all the objects they deal with can be complicated.
Currently we're standing underneath the grid structure that we saw earlier. The robots that we saw are actually dropping off products to the station. Once they're dropped off, they become in control of the robot, and the robot decides how to pick them before the grid robot picks up the tote and takes it away again. There's 2 3D cameras above the totes, so it takes an image of the storage box before it picks from it, decides on the best grasp point, confirm that the product is correct, and then place it into a customer shopping. And it's doing all of that on live customer orders. We make sure that we don't mix something that was heavy with something that's soft. There are things that the robot can't pack, things such as very, very heavy, very large, or very fragile items, but there's a lot of range in between that.
It's fairly safe to call each individual packing arm a robot. Each one has a separate controller, and it has to make a lot of decisions in real time using cameras and sensors on each individual arm. But here in the Hive, it's not quite as simple.
Controlling all of this is what we refer to as the hive mind. So this artificial intelligence system that controls everything. Once the stock comes in, from that exact point that it enters the system, the hive mind will track its every single movement. The hive mind will tell the bots exactly where they need to stop, but it is the bot's control system that allows it to follow a movement profile and stop exactly as the hive mind expects it to. There's just a 5mm gap between bots, so that's both as they pass each other and if they stop next to a bot as well. This bot with the orange light may have experienced something within its sensors and all of those readings it's taking, that when it feeds that back to the hive mind, it's not quite what the hive mind was expecting, so it just brings it to a safe stop for investigation. We do have a number of grid operators that sit at the edge of the grid, and they're able to use our CCTV system that we have above the grid to look at exactly what's going on with that bot, and they can try and fix that remotely and send commands to the bot wirelessly.
The boundary between individual and group is a little blurry. Is a termite colony and a collection of individuals working together, or one big superorganism? Is the microbiome in your gut part of you? Because in the last couple of decades, scientists have started to work out that the bacteria in your digestive system produce and consume neurotransmitters that affect how you think. But most people wouldn't consider their gut bacteria to be part of them. We tend to ascribe intelligence and identity to things that act at roughly our scale. It's easy to look at the hive, see the moving boxes and go, okay, 2,000 robots. But with only one controller and the boxes just following the paths they're given, I'd say there's a good argument that that is one robot with 2,000 ways to interact with the world. This is the Ruhr Valley in Germany, and it used to be a mining region. It used to produce huge amounts of anthracite, the sort of coal that you have to dig deep, deep tunnels to reach, sometimes more than a kilometre down into the ground. But the last deep coal mine here closed at the end of 2018 as the world steadily shifts to renewables. But you can see the legacy of that mining in the landscape, in places like this. Strange hills, which are old spoil tips, dumping sites for everything that was dug up that wasn't coal, all the earth and rock that was moved out of the way to create the mine shafts. They're steadily being reclaimed, trees have been planted all over, and several of them now have art, like this at the top. I visited one art piece called the Tetrahedron yesterday. The weather was bad and there was fog, and honestly it felt like I was on some sort of alien planet from a sci-fi show. The hill I'm standing on has an amphitheatre as well, although it's a little run down now. It is very, very difficult to get across the sheer scale of these on camera, the incredible volume of earth and rock that was moved over decades. Don't get me wrong, the Ruhr Valley is still industrial. There are still open cast coal mines and factories producing all sorts of things, but it does seem like there's more and more talk about the legacy of industry here than actual industry itself. One old coal mine is now a museum and World Heritage Site. There's another strange legacy of the old coal mines here though. If you take that much material out from under the surface and put it on top, the mass of it starts changing the landscape in a very different way. Parts of this valley sank unevenly as far as 20 meters down in places. And that altered the way that rainwater drains, in that it started to drain towards where people live. So yesterday, I got to visit one of the pumping stations that puts the water back where it's supposed to be.
The problem is that we have coal mining in this area since 1850, and because of this the landscape has sunk down, and so we had to pump the whole river Boye up 18 meters to the river Emscher. And the river Emscher is flowing to the Rhine. In my operational areas we have about 60 pump stations, from a very small station with a few hundred liters to this station with 40,000 liters per second. 83 square kilometers is our operational area. This one station. From my operational area, nearly 60% would be flooded if the whole pump stations wouldn't work. If you have dry conditions, it would be 4 to 5 days. In heavy rain conditions, only 5 hours. The water will get out.
Just to be clear, those pumps are moving a whole river, a small river, but a whole river, 18 meters up and through massive underground pipes, so the water can then join a bigger river that does eventually flow to the sea. There are around 180 pumping stations, large and small, across this valley. That one station is the largest. After a heavy storm, it will move up to 40,000 litres of water every second. If you look at articles about this, they'll sometimes mention groundwater and aquifers, but the engineers here told me that is wrong. It is probably a mistranslation. These are storm drains to deal with rainwater.
The coal mining companies are paying for this because they had dig the coal, and because the landscape is sunk down, so they have to pay for.
When coal mining started here 150 years ago, no one thought about the land sinking. And when they did notice it, which was somewhere around 1900, it didn't stop them mining. They just built the first pumps. The coal was worth the money and the trouble then. But running the pumps is an eternal cost. Not technically eternal, I guess, but this won't go away in 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 years. Not until something equally dramatic and geological comes along to reshape the land. If people want to live in the Ruhr Valley, not the Ruhr Swamp or the Ruhr Lake, then the pumps must run. In 2010, as part of their 10th anniversary celebrations, Google awarded huge sums of money to 5 projects, small companies, startups and inventions that they thought could change the world. Those 5 included some names you might recognise. The most famous is Khan Academy, which was only a couple of years old then. But Google also gave $1 million to an invention intended to revolutionise public transit, the Schweeb. This is the prototype, set up as a racetrack, and it's still here in New Zealand.
Schweeb is effectively a bicycle on a monorail. These have been specifically designed so that they can swing horizontally. We get up to speeds of about 60 kilometres an hour for someone that's doing really well. The original theme of this was to turn them into a transport system. The racetrack in our environment is certainly better because we're an adventure park. If it was just a setup where we would just cruise around the park, we don't think it would have had enough impact. The electric sides of them are off the shelf. Everything else is built by us here in Rotorua. The initial ones were built with Jeff Barnett, the inventor, when he first got the ride going. They then adapted that very quickly because there was a few things that didn't work. And then when there was change of management, we made electric pedal assists. There was the family market that were dying to do it, but they found it a bit too hard to get them going. 2017-18 is when the next generation, the 3rd generation of pods came in. Sorry about that.
There are some obvious drawbacks with the design. What if the person in front pedals slowly? How do you overtake? You can't. The marketing copy for the Schweeb says that instead, you just make contact with the car in front and push it along too, and build up a train of those pods moving along the track, all working together. How about up hills? What if you get tired? Or down hills if you need to brake? Or what if you're approaching a track switch and it's not locked into place yet? Well, the marketing says that in the final version, there'd be electric boosters available on up hills, which, to be fair, there are now in this version,
and also brakes on each pod, and a central control centre somewhere to watch over traffic and safety, which adds such a ridiculous amount of complexity and points of failure. And their answer for what if you're wearing a skirt in this position was, don't.
It has to swing. You would have too much tension and torsion on the pods if it stayed straight as you were going this way. So it is designed to swing, and it's got dampeners so that it takes up the swinging motion and slows it down. It's one of the rides here at Velocity Valley that anybody can do, from 3 years old right up to 90 years old.
This is what transit nerds call a gadget bar, something that looks and sounds futuristic, but is actually worse than a more down-to-earth option. Instead of this, cities could just build separated bike lanes. They'd handle more people, reach further, cost far less, require very little maintenance, and allow overtaking. It's pretty obvious that the Schweeb was not the worldwide future of public transit, but somehow, out of 150,000 ideas, Google looked at this and said, yeah, spend $1 million on more studies to see if it can get rolled out. And the prototype was already built at the time. A lot of the media back then were skeptical.
They had lots of opportunities. Most people know about the Google campus. They also had the Olympics. They had BP Oil. They had these big ones lined up, but they just never came through. And so we actually bought the IP and everything off the original owners. We've already got a franchise started in Korea, so we're going to be working pretty hard to get more on the go. More as a ride experience. We're still in that zone where to turn it into a transport system takes a lot of work. But yeah, it's definitely something that everybody asks us about.
I will say though, this is fun. There is a kind of retro-futuristic kick in peddling your own monorail pod. I did try to reach out to the original inventor for comment, because of course that's good practice for something like this, but I couldn't even find a way to contact him. Please don't try if you're watching this. Just please don't. I guess he wants to be left in peace. Hopefully you can respect that as well. The truth is, I don't know how I'd feel if something that I'd invented, something that got $1 million in funding, something that presumably I'd had faith in and worked on for years, ended up being...
If you're a British tourist, Russia isn't easy to get into. You have to book your travel, then request a formal invitation from the hotel you're staying at, and then apply for a visa weeks or months in advance. You can't just arrive on a plane and ask them to let you in. And you certainly can't ever just drive across the border.
That pole is where they're spying from.
Oh, you're right. There must, yes.
Because that is lumpy at the top. Cell towers normally go right at the
There is
top.
going to be someone who is counting the cars in and counting the cars out. And if they see anyone walking towards here, yeah, of course, that's where the cameras are. Good spot.
I'd get my zoom lens out, but I'm not doing that on a Russian border.
Yeah.
The area behind me is the Sartsay Butte, and it's about 1 square kilometre of Russia that juts out into Estonia. When Estonia was part of the Soviet Union, that wasn't a problem. But when the country became independent in 1991, a couple of villages on this side of the Butte, including Sartsay here, were cut off. Until recently, the road over there was the only way to reach them. There is another way around now, but that's still the quickest route by far. So for convenience, Russia allows people to use that road as long as they don't stop.
That's the no stopping
Yeah,
sign.
no
That's
stopping
not
for a
recording.
cane.
Right, you see that post, the red and green post?
I do, yeah.
That's it. That's Russia.
If you're on foot, you're entering Russia and you can be arrested. If you're in a car, you've got to keep moving. If you stop or if you break down, you're entering Russia and you can be arrested.
Estonia.
Russia. We are in Russia.
We're in Russia.
And I know, immediately, people are going to ask, oh, how far can you push this? What happens if you're on a bicycle? What if you drive 1 mile an hour, but don't technically stop? What happens if you stand half in and half out, or stop just on the Estonian side of the border and take loads of photos? What happens if you break the law on promoting homosexuality in Russia by playing the Village People out of your car's speakers at full blast? The answer to all of those is, I don't know. It depends on if any border guards see it and how they feel that day. They might just escort you back to Estonia. They might arrest you and lock you up for the night. Either way, we are not bloody finding out, because it is a really, really bad idea to mess with Russia at all, let alone on their territory while you're filming it. Now, at some point, like many of the complicated borders in the world, the boot is going to be fixed. Officially, it was fixed and handed over to Estonia in a treaty back in 2005, and then again by another treaty in 2014. Russia agreed to give up that bit of land in exchange for getting a couple of other bits of Estonia somewhere else.
Estonia.
Estonia?
That's it.
Yeah.
But diplomacy is slow, and so is government bureaucracy, and right now it is still possible to drive through a little bit of Russia without a visa. Just very, very carefully.
We just drove through Russia without a visa.
Wow.
It's actually a bit of an anticlimax.
I'm standing on the Oosterscheldekering, the largest part of the Dutch Delta Works. It is a mega structure, an enormous dam 9 kilometres long with 4 kilometres of sluice gates that can be closed to hold back extreme high tides and stop the Netherlands flooding. It took a decade to build, and it is a rallying cry of human planning, survival and achievement. And it is not what I'm here to talk about. 3 days ago, a forecast came in. A storm is going to hit. Winds will gust up to 120 kilometres an hour on this barrier. And so a different rallying cry went up. 3 words, Vi krijgen storm. A storm is coming. Because today is NKTK Windfietsen, the Dutch Headwind Cycling Championships. Several hundred Dutch people looked at this weather and said, we're going to have a bike race in that.
The course is 8.5 brutal kilometers. It's a serious event with permissions and everything. We have a limit of 300 participants. All the bikes are the same. No gears and just an ordinary brake, and it's a typical Dutch bike.
Have you done it?
Yes, 2 times.
How difficult is it?
Very. I do triathlon in my spare time, and it's just as hard.
At high speed, up to 90% of the drag on a cyclist is from air resistance. And I naively assumed, because it's been 15 years since I studied high school physics, that it'd be an equal action-reaction thing, double the wind speed, double the drag. But that's only true when there's no turbulence. In a situation like this, the drag increases with the square of wind speed. Double the wind speed, quadruple the drag force. The difference between cycling in a 15 km/h headwind and 120 km/h gust is 64 times the added drag.
Why are you doing this?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Do you regularly do bike races and things like this?
No, just bike for fun.
How do you think it's going to be?
Hard, very hard.
Success.
Thank you.
And sure, it's a good, weird human interest story, right? People are doing a deliberately difficult thing and hurting themselves just enough that it's interesting. But this is a good place for it, because not only are humans literally pushing against the storm and saying, we can beat you, they're on a physical monument to doing just that. This isn't some remote rainforest island. I am indoors in a water park. This is the largest uninterrupted indoor space in the world. There are a few bigger spaces, but they've all got support pillars holding them up. This is just one big roof. In terms of volume, this is bigger than NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building. You could fit the entire Houses of Parliament in here twice, and still have room for some more water slides. Along with the slides and some cabins you can rent overnight, there is a tethered balloon that will take you up to the rafters, or it will take 6 passengers and go for a fly around inside. Those panels up there, they're transparent to UV light so that trees grow here, which means that you can get sunburned indoors. But in winter, this place stays at tropical temperatures. The amount of heating, cooling, water recirculation required it's ridiculous. There is no way that a company could ever afford to build something like this. It would cost far too much. They would never be able to charge enough for admission to ever make that back. And yet, here I am. Which brings me to my main question. What do you do with a disused airship hangar? That's not just a theoretical question, that's what this is. And actually it wasn't so much disused as never used. This whole structure was built on an old German airfield at the turn of the millennium during the dot-com bubble. It was designed to hold an enormous cargo-carrying airship that was never built because the company went bankrupt a year later as the economy crashed. The investors lost most of their money. It cost €78 million to build this thing. It's safe to say they never got most of that back. A company from Malaysia bought the hangar at a knockdown price, a price that could, in theory, be made back over many years if you, say, spruce the place up a bit and charged admission, maybe added a few water slides. And the result is, bizarrely, the world's largest indoor water park. And a fluke of our weird 21st century economy. Right, this is going to be a slightly more improvised video than normal for two reasons. One, it is really cold here and I want to move on, but also because I didn't know that I was going to be passing through Schengen, a little town in Luxembourg on the borders with France and Germany until today. But here I am, standing next to the international border, the Moselle River, and that border is a little bit weird. And I wasn't going to do another video about a weird border, because I've done that. Years ago I went to the towns of Balen-Nassau and Bala-Hertog in Belgium and the Netherlands, where the borders are incredibly complicated and twisted thanks to history. But that's an old video that I'm not really proud of, and frankly it's not that interesting. I only managed about a minute of script before I had to go into a diversion on sovereignty and why we even have borders in the first place. Strange borders often make for great video titles, but there's not really much to talk about other than, that's weird. Which is also why I've never been to the island that changes country every 6 months between France and Spain, because once you're there, what is there to say but, that's weird. But it turns out this border raises a different question. If you look on the map, there is a tri-point just over there to the west of an island. That's where France, Germany and Luxembourg all meet. And it was there, actually on a boat out at that tri-point, where the Schengen Agreement was signed, where most of the countries of the EU, all the ones that have their flags here, decided to open their internal borders. But that tri-point out there is not strictly true. The border between Germany and Luxembourg doesn't follow the Moselle River. The border is the Moselle River, and that's an important distinction. In most cases, international borders that follow rivers are defined as following the centre line, which raises questions in itself because rivers can erode the banks and change paths sometimes, but borders are at least usually defined as a line of theoretically zero width, which is how map makers mark it. But here, Germany and Luxembourg share the river north of France. It is a condominium. Under the treaties they've signed, they both have full control over it, which means that if you're standing on the north tip of that island or on that bridge up there, you are in both countries at the same time. Not in terms of having a foot on each side, although that may well be how the locals treat it, and that's certainly how the signs mark it. But no, standing on that bridge above the water, all of you is in both countries simultaneously. This international border is a shape, not a line. It's two-dimensional. Although, actually, I guess it's three-dimensional if you count depth. Half an hour of research, and I can't tell you why they made that decision, or what the legal result would be if you tried to commit a crime on that bridge or on a boat on the river. I even asked the folks at the little European Museum just over there, and they didn't know the answer, although they do have a lovely little display of all the border guard hats that the Schengen Agreement made obsolete. I suspect that the answer would be treat it as if it's a line, it's easier. And that's what I mean when I say there's not much to talk about here, because that's one of the wonderful things about borders like this. When you can walk between three countries as easily as you can walk between counties or towns or neighbourhoods, it's a lot easier to say, that's weird, and just get on with your life. Hearing is incredible. Think about it, a tiny little bit of tissue in your ear, 1/10 of a millimetre thick, moves in response to changes in air pressure and converts them into tiny vibrations in fluid, and then those get converted into electrochemical impulses that go to the brain, where they are somehow decoded into what you experience as sound. And if all of that is working properly, then you're able to pick out one source of sound from another in 3D space, and your brain is optimized to pick out words and language, even through huge amounts of noise. It'll even filter out constant steady noise like a fan or the wind whistling through trees. To give an idea of just how difficult a task that is, this is the waveform of the sound that's on this video. Same information, just presented differently. But it's not something that you can make sense of with your eyes. And it's not like your eardrum only resonates at a few frequencies. Human hearing in a healthy young person runs from somewhere up around 20,000 cycles a second, all the way down to 20. Which means the eardrum can pick up air movements with wavelengths that range from a couple of centimetres for high frequencies to 10 or 20 metres for really low bass. The sort of low rumbling bass that you would get from, say, a jet engine. Just over there is Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. In terms of aircraft flying in and out, it's the busiest airport in Europe. 6 runways, 2 control towers, one just for the new runway that's over there that opened in 2003. That runway is 5 kilometres away from the terminal. If you look at aerial photos, you can see plane after plane after plane lined up on a 15-minute taxi, including going on a bridge across a road and a canal. It was raining when my plane landed, but I just about got that shot out the window. But there was one residential area just back there where there was nothing but flat ground between those houses and the back end of jet engines. I mean, of course it was flat ground, it was the Netherlands, but there was one spot just back there where it got significantly louder for the people who lived there, and those local residents were not happy. Of course, the one day I'm here, they're actually landing on that runway, not taking off, so the engines are pointed the other way, but the point still stands. The local residents were not happy. This is the solution. Well, not a solution, but at least something to help. This is a park that serves two purposes. One, to be land art, the sort of high concept, big sculpture that's created by moving enormous amounts of earth and rock. This was designed by an artist. I mean, I'd send up a drone to show you, but you know, airport. But the second purpose is sound dampening. These ridges are meters apart, roughly, very roughly, around the same wavelength as the low rumble that you get from a jet engine. Not exact, of course, but in the same order of magnitude, close enough to be disruptive. So rather than the sound waves just rolling over the land, instead they're scattered in all directions, up and away. Not onwards, not perfectly, not even close, but enough to bring the noise level at those houses back down within acceptable limits. The architects claim that one of the inspirations for this was people noticing that the engine noise sounded quieter when the fields were ploughed. Because yes, your brain can filter out constant steady noise. It can even, over time, get used to filtering out intermittent loud noise, like living next to an airport. But that filtering job is a lot easier if the noise would just be a little less loud. Across Europe, there are lots of strange tourist attractions that started out as useful public transport infrastructure. Venice has its gondolas, lots of cities have cable cars and funicular railways, and Funchal, here, the capital of Madeira, has the basket carts. They are wooden toboggans on smooth runners that are powered by people in straw hats pushing them. And there aren't any seatbelts.
From the start, they used the sledges to bring some wood from the mountains to the town by the sea. After that, they adapt for tourists. In total, we are 154 men. We have about 60 baskets running most of the days. The toboggan is made of wood, normal wood, and if it stick to the floor, we put some grease under the basket and it slides much better. We have a workshop where we fix the baskets and we build new ones, and we keep rotating the baskets.
There is not much to hold on to here. Okay. This is a 2-kilometre ride. The top speed is about 30 kilometres an hour. And the most startling thing of all is that this is a regular road. There is actual traffic. There is a taxi that we're about to pass just down here. And
Já pronto, como já estou aqui há 30 anos, já desci muitas e muitas vezes, milhares de vezes. E trabalhamos em sintonia um com o outro, sabemos como controlar bem o carro, de maneira a que podemos encostar, deixar os carros passar, essas coisas todas. Algumas pessoas têm mais facilidade do que outras para aprender. 2, 3 semanas no máximo.
Oh, that is beautiful! That's just... Okay, we're being overtaken. Cool, that's fine.
É necessário estar um pouco em forma e também a tática. Por vezes usar mais a tática do que a força. E no cruzamento até temos um sinaleiro para facilitar o nosso trabalho, em que, para evitar alguns acidentes ou coisa assim, temos lá um sinaleiro por conta da associação.
That was crossroads. Are there cars there sometimes?
Para travar, utilizamos a sola da bota, que é em borracha, que é sola de pneu. As solas das botas têm que ser mudadas entre 1 mês e meio, mais ou menos.
I know on camera this won't look particularly fast. It's not a theme park thrill ride, but I promise you, when you're sitting here with no seatbelt, doing 30 kilometres an hour downhill, it definitely feels like a bit of a thrill ride. Obrigado. Obrigado.
I got several emails to set up today's video. So the first part is, there is a massive archive hidden in a working salt mine in the north of England. And the second part is, it's not just for documents. Because there's so much space available, it's also an archive for actual physical objects, for stuff. Now, it's very rare that someone who is not an employee or an archive client is allowed down here, particularly to make a video, because there are public records, important government archives, and a lot of things that I'm not allowed to go near, let alone film. Confidentiality is important, and someone is looking over my camera op's shoulder to check where that lens is pointing. We are 150 meters underground, and about 1 kilometer into that mine is Deep Store. Ready when you are.
The area that the mine occupies is around about 3.5 kilometres east to west and about 2.5 kilometres north to south. And at the moment, we're around about 1.5 kilometres away from the mining activities. What we use is what's called a room and pillar mining technique. We don't just extract great big massive voids of salt. There are massive pillars of salt, of which I'm actually stood next to one now, which make the mine so stable and support the roof. So where Deep Store comes in is we actually build in between these pillars, and in between these pillars is what we call the repositories or the rooms, and then we plane the floors, they're painted, we install the racking, we install the air conditioning. Originally the mining started around about 1850 and it really got going in around about the turn of century 1900. Since then it's simply grown and grown and grown up to the present day where now we're extracting around 1 million tonnes each year. Deep Store was set up in the 1990s because we've got the perfect atmosphere down here to store items. The salt creates a naturally occurring dry atmosphere. And of course with the racking, nothing actually comes into contact with the salt. Because this is relatively a shallow mine, we're around about 150 metres, 400 or 500 feet, and because of the salt bed, it has created this natural ambient temperature of 14 to 15 degrees, along with a relative humidity of 53 to 55%. Which anybody in the archive and storage world knows, naturally occurring, that is absolutely fantastic. What we've been able to do is actually enhance these conditions and modify them even more to client requirements. So by the use of air conditioning and air filtration, we can make the atmosphere in here to really whatever a client requires. The atmosphere in these storage rooms is actually clearer than it is on the surface.
It's almost impossible to get across the sheer scale of the mine and the archive on camera. And out there, where it's still a working mine, I can taste salt in the air. There's clouds of it that lands on you. But in here, things are a little bit more controlled. It is public knowledge that somewhere in the many, many vaults here, there are files from the British National Archives and core samples drilled out for soil tests during the construction of Crossrail. Other than that, well, Deep Store aren't saying, more through wanting to be cautious about revealing details of their clients rather than any strict secrecy. But the folks who actually got in touch and invited me here have a very different reason for storing actual physical things long term.
Laura Ashley is a UK interiors, lifestyle and fashion brand. Within the cabinets in this room, there are hand-drawn artworks, some of them hundreds of years old, that have been developed into wallpapers or fabrics. But we also have fabrics, dresses, rolls of wallpaper, meters of the fabric that we've produced over the years stored in the archive. It's a continually growing archive for Laura Ashley. It's really important for us to archive the original physical pieces so we can really understand it's those techniques of how they were made. If you scanned that, if you created a digital archive, you would lose that history to that piece. When you can touch and feel and see some of these amazing antique documents, you can really see the brushstrokes in the artwork or how they were printed initially, and it might be that we actually want to recreate how they were printed, not just how they look.
We can't keep everything. It would be nice if entropy didn't exist, but until humanity fixes that, preservation and archiving will take skill, time and money. And the more you preserve, the more upkeep it takes. Perhaps the most important decision any archivist has to make is what to keep and what to throw away.
So we've got almost 100,000 items in this Laura Ashley archive, but that is by no means everything that was ever manufactured. We will always keep masters, so wallpaper and fabric is core to what Laura Ashley is. Original artworks would never be thrown away. The Laura Ashley pieces in this archive date back to the really early period, so people may donate pieces to the Laura Ashley archive. That could be a Laura Ashley bowl that you used to have in your house in the 1980s, or your mum's wedding dress from the 1970s. It's fantastic for us to be able to kind of see that we're following in the footsteps of the people who came before us.
We've got over 3.5 million of items under storage, be it a box or be it an artefact. We have more than 40 rooms of the same standard or even better standard than what I'm actually standing in now. This is probably one of the largest single repositories in the country. Currently, we occupy 14 to 15% of the actual mined void area underground, which means we've got amazing amount of space to expand into. You know, I mean, really, if you were to convert this entire site, eventually you'd probably be able to store just about every single archive box in Europe.
This is the Hill House in southwest Scotland. It was built in 1902 using design and construction techniques that were years ahead of their time. It's an important bit of architectural history. But because it was years ahead of its time, it was also experimental. It turns out that the house exterior just soaks up all the heavy Scottish rains and lets the water in. 120 years after it was built, this whole building is slowly cracking and crumbling and dissolving. The first step of saving this house is to dry it out, slowly and carefully. The problem is, it rains 190 days a year around here, so the National Trust for Scotland had to build a very big drying room.
The Hill House is so important. It is globally known. We attract visitors from all over the world on a pilgrimage to come and visit the Hill House. Charles Rennie Mackintosh is definitely one of Scotland's most famous architects and designers. It is Mackintosh's domestic masterpiece. It really is so ahead of its time. When you walk through the front door, when you picture what was essentially a Victorian family living in this house, you realise how forward-thinking Mackintosh was in his design. He used a material called Portland cement on the exterior. There was no lime at all used on site as well. We're located in one of the wettest parts of Scotland in Helensburgh, so it really was a recipe for disaster. The Hill House has been described as dissolving like an aspirin in a glass of water. The box basically buys us some time to dry the house out, shelter it from around 86% of the elements. It acts like a giant umbrella and shields the house from the weather.
The walls of this box are made of chainmail. If you go and order a modern armour costume with a chainmail vest, it will be made of this same stuff. It's more than 30 million rings of stainless steel linked together, weighing 8 tonnes. The roof catches most of the rain and the chainmail catches what blows in from the sides, but it also lets air through for ventilation. It lets bees and other insects through to pollinate the plants in here, and it's all recyclable afterwards because it's steel. You just melt it down into something else.
The box is made up of 32.4 million individual chainmail links that surround the house in the world's largest sheet of chainmail. In terms of construction, it took 9 months. It really is one of a kind. It cost around £4.5 million. If you were to cover the house completely, it would be at risk of suffering from environmental shock and it would cause more damage than good. The box still allows the house to breathe, that's really important. It would dry out too quickly, it would cause damage to the exterior and indeed to the collection inside the property as well. Before you'd be able to visit the house, and it was here on its own and it was amazing, but the box adds another level. There are walkways all around the property. You can walk around the perimeter of the house, even up and over the top, seeing the house from aspects that Mackintosh himself would never even have seen. What you're seeing at the Hill House is conservation in action.
They didn't need to add the staircases and gantries and ramps here, but if you block this house from public view for the 15 years it'll take to dry out and repair, then there's a chance the public are going to forget about it. It'll look like a construction site, an eyesore. If instead you highlight it, you create something one of a kind like this box, and you let the public see the house from angles that will likely never be possible again, well then you're not just preserving important architecture, you're promoting it. And for me, that's the cleverest part of all this. I wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be watching this, if it wasn't for the box. When my plane landed here, the flight attendant welcomed everyone to West Yellowstone, Montana, and added, "Don't feed the bears." There's a lot of reminders not to do that. The whole of Yellowstone Park, which starts just a couple hundred metres that way, is bear country, and hikers and campers heading from this town into the wilderness will bring food with them. If the wind's in the right direction, then a bear can smell that food miles away, which isn't great for the humans who do not want a hungry grizzly bear that weighs 1/3 of a ton rummaging through and destroying their campsite. But it's not great for the bears either. Bears are relatively smart creatures, and if one of them makes the connection between humans and easily available food, it might start seeking out campsites and homes. It might get aggressive. And in that case, it might have to be euthanized, killed. Not just for human safety, but because it might pass that behavior along to its cubs and along to their cubs. And suddenly, the wilderness isn't so wild anymore. So that's problem number one. There are rules for people going into the park, and one of them involves keeping all your food in bear-resistant containers, a bit like these trash cans. So problem number two, how do you certify that a container is actually bear resistant? Here at the Grizzly and Wolf Discovery Centre, they're trying to solve both those problems in one go. Rather than euthanizing a bear that's a bit too interested in picnic baskets, it can get moved here, just outside the park, where it might get a new job, testing containers.
On average, our bears test around 60 products per season, which runs from April 1st to October 1st. Without a doubt, coolers are number one. 30 to 40 coolers. Seems like everybody wants to make a bear resistant cooler these days. So then we have the trash cans, something you'd roll out to the end of your driveway. Some metal products even get tested here. We want those products to pass the test so that out in the field, a bear doesn't get that food reward and moves on, continues back into the woods where they belong. Fish is their number one favorite. Peanut butter and honey is a close second. And then we either put dry dog kibble or dog treats inside. And quite often we put a dummy container in to give those bears a food reward every once in a while. If they were to not be able to get into a product, 20 products in a row, why perhaps would they try to get in that 21st time? So let them remember that there's a lot of goodies inside and they need to put that effort into trying to get in.
Definitely no bears in here right now.
No bears. Lots of double checks, security, radio calls.
So obviously I asked to put a camera inside one of the dummy trash cans, one of the trash cans that the bears would definitely get into. I didn't think the team here would let me, but they said yes immediately. And in hindsight, of course they said yes. The bears are literally being given a load of plastic and metal to rip apart in the hope of reaching the food inside. A camera in a protective case is not going to make any difference to them. They're not going to eat it. They're smart enough not to.
The bear's favorite method, at least with the trash can we find, is the CPR method, pushing up and down with their paws. And a lot of times they separate the lid from the body. With coolers, they're going to use their teeth to tear the plastic apart. And then the styrofoam, and then the next layer, and then it's a cleanup on aisle 4.
My big concern here was animal welfare. There is a centuries-long history of bears being mistreated for entertainment, and I do not want to be part of that. This place has to survive as a non-profit and as a tourist attraction, but that can't mean putting the bears' welfare at risk. Fortunately, the team here are very clear that they don't want that to happen either.
We would never want to put the bears at risk, for sure. These are all rescued bears that came from the wild. We're very, very hands-off. We don't call out to the bears. We don't talk to the bears. We want them to remain as wild as possible. We also ask the public to not call out to the bears. The bear habitat is about an acre in size. We do have 2 ponds, a waterfall, and lots of trees and rocks and logs. We stock the pond with fish all summer long. The food that's hidden out into the bear habitat in front of the public is just an enrichment to keep them active. It's a snack. Let them do their natural behaviors like they would in the wild.
It turns out that it's really difficult to make a container that humans will want to use and can use, but that bears can't get into. Yesterday I tried to use one of those bear-resistant trash cans and it had been jammed shut by someone that apparently couldn't figure it out and just shoved their garbage in the latch. Because there's an old quote, allegedly from some park ranger in the 1980s, I couldn't find the original source, that says there's a considerable overlap between the brain power of the most intelligent bears and the least intelligent tourists.
60 minutes of contact time, 1/4-inch hole or larger is a fail. We always say bear resistant because we feel that if you give a bear an unlimited amount of time, they'll get in most everything. Not bear proof, no guarantees. Those bears are going to come around and try to get that easy meal each and every time. We're trying to educate the visitors to not make the same mistakes that got most of our bears here in the first place. More and more bears are staying out of trouble in the wild.
Where's it gone? Oh, yeah, no, that's a bear with a GoPro. That is a bear with a GoPro. Sadly, definitely not recording anymore. Oh, don't put it in the water. Do not put the GoPro in the water, bear. It's gone. That's not ideal. I've got to admit to a little bit of a lie. If you saw last week's video about grizzly bear product testing, the bit about the camera seemed pretty simple. I stuck a GoPro on top of the trash can, it got knocked away at some point when the bear turned the can over, it stopped recording, and then later the bear picked it up, chewed on it a bit, and then dropped it in a pond. And obviously I was able to recover it because the footage from that camera is in the video. Yeah, okay, that's not what actually happened. It's how my editor and I chose to tell the story because the reality was a bit more complicated and it wasn't relevant to the main point, so we simplified it. There were actually 2 GoPros. The first was on top of the trash can. It really did get knocked off. It recorded for about 30 minutes before overheating, which honestly was far longer than I thought it would, given it was in a big protective case in direct summer sunlight in high temperatures. It did its job, and once the bears had gone back into their den, I just picked it up off the floor. The other GoPro was inside the trash can. It got knocked out of the can, and that was the one that the bear carried off, chewed on, and dropped in the pond. I assumed it was unrecoverable, that it had been crushed, and besides, that pond is filled with debris from the bears, so it couldn't easily be found even if we could somehow dredge the pond. But the team at the Grizzly and Wolf Discovery Centre did find it just a couple of days ago as I record this, when they drained the pond for scheduled cleaning. I was back in Europe by this point, but they posted it to a friend of mine, Karen, from the channel Karen Puzzles. She does videos about jigsaw puzzling. It's a really good channel. While the big protective case had been broken, it was a write-off. The camera itself was mostly in one piece, albeit a bit damp and with a shattered screen. The memory card on it was still good, and there is so much incredible footage that it really does deserve its own video, and this is that video. To start off, there's this shot of Randy filling up the trash can and closing it, which honestly feels a bit sinister from that point of view, like mafia movie Last Thing the Victim Sees vibes there. Anyway, the trash can gets rolled out, and a few minutes later, the bear approaches, pulls it on its side, and starts what they call CPR behaviour to try and crack it open. The bear's going to turn the can over again now, so keep an eye out for the shadow of the claws that looks like something out of a horror movie. The sticky pad that's holding the GoPro in place is somehow still working as the bear rips the can open. It won't hold for long. Just going to give you a slow motion shot of those claws. This is not a cute and cuddly creature. This is a wild animal that can tear you apart. That's not a metaphor. Literally, a bear can tear a person apart. Do I need to say don't try this in the wild? Like, that's the whole message of the first video. Don't try to get footage like this. Do not risk making a wild bear even slightly more used to humans. Okay, this continues for quite a while as the bear keeps rotating the can, so I'm going to skip forward. The sticky pad finally fails, so the camera rolls around and gets covered in peanut butter and honey, which will be important shortly. For a while, the camera's not looking anywhere useful, and then about 10 minutes later, the bear finally gets the can all the way open and gets its food reward. Eventually, the bear spots that the camera has some peanut butter and honey on it, and so... Now, the bear's not stupid. It's not going to eat a lump of plastic like a camera. The worst case I could think of would be if it chomped down and punctured the camera battery, but even then it would just spit it out. No one at the centre was worried about the bears. Anyway, after that, the camera finally overheats and turns itself off. Job done. A few minutes later, the bear carries it off to play with it in the pond. Now, I knew the camera had overheated, which is why I said this. Sadly, definitely not recording anymore. But I was using the GoPro app on my phone, trying to turn the camera back on, and it kept showing weird error messages. So that's why I figured it had been crushed or otherwise damaged somehow, and it was a write-off. Well, it wasn't. It was fine. The protective case had held. A few minutes after it got dropped into the pond, something hit the shutter button, and the camera had cooled down enough that it turned back on and recorded half an hour of murky water and bubbles before finally running out of battery. But that's not the last file on the memory card, because if you let the camera rest for a while, it might have just enough battery to record a couple minutes more. And that is the selfie. It's very close up and it's accidental, but that is a selfie. Here's a slow motion replay of that one horrible shot of the mouth. According to the timestamps on the video, that's 5 hours later. Checking against the centre's schedule, that means it's probably the same bear, remembering the camera in the bottom of the pond, picking it out, playing with it for a while, and somehow managing to push the shutter button and then dropping it back in the pond. And then, 4 hours after that, one more file on the memory card. No idea which bear that is, just a few seconds of footage of claws and the protective case coming off with the last gasp of the battery, which is probably where the camera actually got broken. And I've realised something. Those final shots, just the last 2 video files from in the pond, that footage was entirely created by bears, accidentally. I didn't set up the camera, I didn't start it rolling, I had 0 input into that footage. And so I'm pretty sure that for just those specific shots, just that final bit in the pond, I don't have copyright over that. That's public domain. The bear made that on its own, which is frustrating. I think I could probably make a lot of money licensing that, but instead I've uploaded the raw files to the Internet Archive. The link is in the description. And if you do use that in your own work, it'd be nice if you'd make a donation to the Grizzly and Wolf Discovery Centre, because they've got bears to feed. And as for the GoPro, the screen is a bit cracked. It needed drying out, but it survived. There are quite a few rotating buildings in the world. Houses for people who want their view to follow the sun. Maybe they're built as an architect's dream house, maybe as an engineering challenge, or sometimes to give the best angles for solar power. Over the years, I have asked to film in a few of those houses, but I've always been turned down. They're private homes. But this one, near San Diego, California, is now on sale. The real estate agent got in touch and asked if I wanted to have a look around. To be clear, this is not an advert. They're not paying me. But I just wasn't going to turn this down, because there are 2 things I want to find out. First of all, how on earth does the plumbing work? And second, if this is someone's dream house, and it is, then why are they selling it?
My wife and I decided we're going to build a house. It just so happened this lot went on the market that same day. We happened to see the sign, we bought it. I'm trying to figure out what to build. I said, you know, why not a roundhouse? That way more rooms will have more view. And my wife said, fine. Then I thought, some rooms still have to look at the mountain. So I said, why don't we rotate it? To my surprise, she said, fine. And I thought, crap, I got to figure out how to do that. So I started to figure out how to actually build something that would rotate so every room would have every view.
Yes, of course I asked if I could flip the switch and control the rotation.
Go up to 1,000. Good. That's it.
It's very strange to push a button and then have the world start to rotate around you. That's lovely.
My wife and I started construction in 2000. It took a good 2 years to get to the point where we had a structure. We did hire some people and had them working here, and I found that they would go home at 4 o'clock and I would be here till 7 fixing what they had done, because they're used to building square and this was round. The fella at San Diego County would go over our plans and he says, I just want to tell you, you're building something that's way stronger than it needs to be. No way you can rotate that much mass and have it work. So I said, do you care if it rotates? He says, oh, I don't care if it rotates. And I said, well, then can we just agree to disagree and you let me go ahead and build the damn thing? And he said, all right. In doing all the calculations, I came up with needing a 5 horsepower motor. So I put in a 5 horsepower motor. Have you ever driven your car in 5th gear at 25 miles an hour? It goes like that, and that's how the house was moving. Cut it down to a 1.5 horsepower motor that goes through a 25-to-1 reduction transmission, a 71-to-1 torque hub that drives the 2 16-inch in diameter wheels. We can turn the house in 45 minutes. You can go to bed to the sunset and wake up to the sunrise in the same bed. You have guests over during dinner. We'll turn the house so that everybody at the dinner table gets to see the sunset.
In a lot of rotating buildings, it's only part of the floor that rotates. The things that require plumbing, like the kitchen and bathroom, don't move at all. But here, the sinks and toilets and electrical sockets all rotate as part of the house. And all the explanations I can find seem to hand-wave the details. They just say that there's a central, non-rotating core that handles the pipes. For electricity, there are off-the-shelf components that can deal with rotation.
There's a thing called a slip ring, which is a very standard piece of equipment, just like a merry-go-round. The merry-go-round goes around and around and around, and it doesn't have to go backwards. Same thing here. It happens to be a fancy one. 16 brushes that go around a copper piece about that big, and they ride on the copper, and that is your connection.
For telephone and internet, there's also an off-the-shelf component, a mercury slip ring, a sealed connector with a small pool of mercury, conductive liquid metal, in the center. Both sides can rotate, they just stay connected to the liquid. But that's not the difficult part. I can understand having one connection going through the middle. For water or wastewater or gas, they can just sit on a central pipe and swivel. But how can you have all three going through the same central hub? The topology doesn't work. They can't all occupy the exact center. But if they're offset, then as the house rotates, surely the lengths of the pipes and cables has to change? Or if there's slack, surely they'll get twisted. It turns out OWL has a very clever solution to that.
Obviously, you don't want to mix the gas, the gray water, the sewer, the drinking water. So I designed a slip ring for those services. Big piece of steel, about that big around. This is fixed. We grooved it. It's about a 3-inch by 3-inch groove all the way around. Top groove is sewer. The next groove is gray water. The next groove is drinking water. The bottom groove is gas. And there are holes drilled through this from the sewer, from the gray water, and so forth. They're all separate holes that come out the bottom. Then there's a piece that comes down the outside. This piece rotates with the house. You have a sewer line that comes down and connects to the outer piece. And then you have gray water, then you have drinking water, then you have gas. There are seals in between each of these grooves. They're all alarmed. There's a seal, a sensor ring, and a seal. A seal, a sensor ring, and a seal, so forth, for all of them. You would have to have 2 seals and 2 sensors fail before you had any mixture of fluids. The seals are good for 75 years, so I don't think we're going to have a problem.
Yes, I had to commission some graphics to explain this. It's really clever, and I did not understand it until Al explained it to me. It's like 4 intersecting funnels.
The total maintenance once a year is to lube the bearings. We have a young man who has done it several times. It's done in an hour.
Which brings me to the other big question I had. After designing and constructing this place, after 20 years of living here, why sell it?
I've had 18 heart procedures. My wife is in perfect health. The odds of me outliving her are 0. She was born and raised in Coronado. We're moving back to Coronado because this is a complex house, even though I think it's simple. For her to try and teach somebody else how to run everything and do everything would be difficult if something happened to me. So we're just kind of jumping ahead, and Coronado's a pretty nice place to go.
Will this place sell quickly? I don't know. I'm not a real estate agent, but I certainly hope that there'll be people who want to live somewhere with this view in a home that's this different. I took a little diversion on the way back from filming last week's video. It is very cold and windy at this altitude, but tucked away in the Swiss Alps, there's a military airfield with not 1, but 2 public roads that go straight across the runway, and I've wanted to see this for a long time. This is Meiringen Air Base, and not only do the fighter jets here have to cope with civilian traffic crossing their runway, but the spectacle of military aircraft roaring down the tarmac attracts tourists from all over the world. So I wanted to ask, how do they operate an airbase where the public aren't just turning up to watch, but they can also walk, ride, or drive straight through?
I don't know how many times I took off, how many times I landed, but I'd say around 100 takeoffs, which equals 100 landings, but every single one is very cool. At times there can be a lot of tourists and observers all around the airfield, especially in summer. They stay behind the barriers, they are outside of the fence, but it's all threat level dependent. So at the moment we're at peace, there's no problem. If we were to find ourselves in a crisis, it would be another story.
Okay. All right, where am I allowed to stand?
All right, look, Tom. Right
Yep.
here, you're going to be all safe.
Yep.
The jets are going to come from that side. Going to take off here.
Okay.
Here you're safe. Believe me or not.
I mean, you fly them, so.
When we're ready for takeoff, the air traffic controllers close the barriers. They themselves have a look if they see anything suspicious. And then whenever the barriers get closed, there's guys from the military police on both sides of the barriers. Also, there's the runway controller who observes every takeoff and every landing. He could step in as well. So we as pilots, we can't do much ourselves.
There are a few other runways in the world with roads across them, but they're all very small and very remote. In Sumbra, on the island of Shetland in the far north of the UK, there is a commercial airport with a similar setup across one of its two runways, but that is very remote. It used to be that the only road in and out of Gibraltar went right across a massive airport runway, one that took full-size passenger jets. But there is finally a new tunnel there now after years of delays, so cars and trucks no longer go that way. So this runway here in Switzerland would be just a little side note if it wasn't for the tourist industry that's sprung up around it. If you're the sort of aviation or military nerd that wants to see fighter jets up close and personal, this is probably on your list of places to visit. And if you didn't know about it before this video, it probably is now. There's a very nice restaurant just off the base. One of the hangars is open to the public occasionally, and there's a massive military air show every October. This place is good PR for the Swiss Air Force.
If ever there should be anyone between the barriers, when we're coming back to land, we would be ordered a go-round. So we would abort our approach, climb again, and do a second approach whenever the issue has been resolved. When we take off, it's basically the other way around. We taxi towards the runway, and once we report ready to the air traffic controller, they close the barriers and they give us our clearance to take off once everything is settled.
It's not like there are any statistics to compare, but that crossing is probably more safe than most railroad crossings. Although, to be fair, the rail industry is trying to get rid of as many of those as they can because they are an unnecessary safety risk. No one's going to build a tunnel like Gibraltar anywhere near here. But there's just one more thing that the pilots have to keep in mind when they're flying fighter jets. I cannot explain how loud that was. I've got full ear defender earplugs in. I think it might have broken my microphone. Wow! We had one take to get that. I hope I didn't fluff my lines. When I was a kid, magnetic levitation trains, maglevs, were going to be the future. Television shows would film breathless reports on the latest trials in Germany or here in Japan, promising unbelievably fast and smooth travel between faraway cities. But decades later, the only actual high-speed maglev service in the world is in Shanghai, China, which is fast, but it's almost a gimmick. It only goes 30 kilometers, it loses enormous amounts of money every year, and not many people use it. I thought that maglev was one of those technologies like Concorde that we thought were the future until they weren't, and now there's just abandoned test tracks and the dreams of the past. Which is why I was very surprised when my local producer here in Japan asked me if I wanted to take a ride on the new maglev. Because it turns out Japan has had a test track for years. It carries passengers because every so often they will open their tests to the public with a lottery for tickets. And this test track is already longer than the entire Shanghai maglev system. The plan is that it'll be part of a 285 kilometre route taking 40 minutes, which is less than half the time of even the bullet train, with a cruising speed just over 500 kilometres an hour. 90% of that track will be in tunnels, and that's under construction now. Forgive me for getting excited, but the future appears to be arriving, and I'm going to take a ride on it. But first, the team here said they'd let me stand by the track as the maglev goes past at speed.
この山梨では1997年から26年前からですね、走行試験を行っております。現在までこの山梨で累積の走行距離が430万キロ、地球一周が約4万キロですから、約107周分の走行試験を行ってまいりました。
And that's the maglev. Wow. So, it's going to accelerate, and then they're going to bring it back at full speed into that tunnel, 500 kilometers an hour. That accelerates so quickly. I don't know if that comes across on camera, but a normal train would have started so much slower than that. It's already doing, what, 30, 40k in a few seconds? That would have pushed you back in your seat. Wow. Okay. Now we wait for it to come that way.
まず車両には超電導磁石という強力な磁石を搭載しております。一方、軌道側、走るガイドウェイと呼んでおりますが、こちらには、地上コイルと、これは推進コイルと浮上コイルという2種類ございますが、この超電導磁石と、浮上コイル、推進コイルとの間の磁力の力で、非接触で走行するシステムです。
Won't lie, a little bit nervous. I know I'm safe, but there's a reason I'm not allowed behind this line. It's about maybe a kilometre to that tunnel mouth, maybe a little less. And the train's now coming towards us, 500 kilometres an hour, which means it's going about 1 kilometre every 8 seconds. It's nearly here, apparently. They've just told me it's nearly here and I can't hear a thing. Oh, I can see a light. I can see the train coming. I can see headlights. All right. How fast is 500 kilometres an hour? I hope that came across on camera, because you hear nothing and it looks so far away and it looks so unthreatening, and then it is there and this wall of sound hits you. That's incredible. I don't have words. It's my job to have words for a moment like this and I don't. All right, it's going to come to a stop. I'm going to get on it. We're going to ride at 500 kilometers an hour.
今までですね、様々な課題について、取り組んでまいりました。まず最後の課題としては、車上の電源をどう確保するかという問題です。これは車両の中の例えばお客様の乗る空間の照明、それから空調装置、また超電導磁石を冷やす冷凍機と呼んでおりますが、こちらの電源をどう確保するかということです。従来の鉄道はパンタグラフで電源を取るということをしますが、リニアの場合は非接触で高速でしかも走るということで、そういう方式が必要であるということで、誘導終電という方法を考えました。これは地上側にあるコイルから、車両のお腹についているコイルに、電磁誘導で電気を取るというシステムです。
It smells new. There's sort of new plastics and fabrics in the air. Okay, here we go. The acceleration is noticeable. Like, I got pushed back in my seat there in a way that I think I've only felt on planes. It's not full plane takeoff, but it's still way stronger than anything that I felt in a train anywhere else. And we're already approaching 100 kilometers an hour. That is 100, and we're still accelerating. 130. So the wheels are going to come up soon. We're going to hit 150 kilometers an hour. The wheels are going to come up. And the noise goes away, and it's so much smoother. 200 kilometers an hour. And we're still accelerating. The only reference I've got now is the big screen, which is just counting down how long until the end of the track. It's a little bit bouncy, but nothing you wouldn't expect on a regular train. Okay, 300 kilometers an hour. We're at kind of continental Europe high-speed train now, and we're still accelerating. I'm still being pushed back in my seat, not dramatically, but it's still noticeable. I've never experienced this much acceleration for this long, and we're still going.
実験性での最高速度は、2015年に有人での走行で出した603キロメートルという速度が最高記録です。これは鉄道のですね、世界記録ということで、ギネスにも認定されています。で、通常の走行ですけれども、現在営業線は時速500キロでの走行を考えております。通常の鉄道車両というのは、レールと車輪の摩擦力で駆動力を伝え、ブレーキ力を伝えます。これはですね、例えば雨が降ると摩擦力が低下するということから、この500キロというのは高速では安定して走行ができないというふうに考えております。一方、超電導リニアは 磁石の力で、磁力で走行しますので、この摩擦力に頼らない走行ということになります。ですので、従来の鉄道に比べますと、急な勾配に強い。また加減速度も高い。
480, 490, and we ease off the acceleration. That's 500 kilometers an hour. That's the fastest I've ever traveled on land. And it feels like a train. It is a little bit louder than you'd expect from a train, but it's way less than an aircraft. You can still have a conversation. There's a bit of noise in the background, but it's still doing okay. But there's nothing uncomfortable about this. I was worried that at this speed I was going to feel like I was being jolted about, but this feels like a train.
地震が起きた場合や停電が起きた場合にも安全に止まれるシステムとなっております。こちらをご覧になっていただきますと、この超電導リニアの車両はこの U 字型のガイドウェイと呼んでいる構造物の中を走っております。また磁石の力で、常にこの中央に、制御をすると。でまた、この超電導リニアの車両が浮上する仕組みとして外部から電源を供給する必要がありません。速度が150キロ以上とか高い速度であれば、浮上し続けることができます。で速度が落ちてきましたらタイヤを出して通常通り着地をすると。ですので地震が起きたら、早期に、列車を止めに行くというシステムを使っております。
So, will it work this time? Because there is a long history of breathless British people travelling to other countries, getting excited about maglevs and telling the English-speaking world about a future that never comes. This feels like a video that the BBC could have filmed in the 70s or 80s, and the original opening date of 2027 has already been pushed back. The new date is still uncertain. One local government keeps raising objections to the construction. The future is not here yet, and we're not going to be seeing one of these in Europe anytime soon. But the track is being built, the technology does work, and it looks like the economics are sound because there's clearly demand for travelling between two major cities. In a few years' time, we might finally get to ride the maglev that the world was promised all those years ago. We are braking now, and it is still really strong. One last thing. They stopped the train in the middle of a curve. When I was coming through this at 500 kilometers an hour, it felt perfectly level to me. I felt nothing weird, but it turns out that actually the whole train is tilted 10 degrees. I'm having to brace myself to stop sliding down the carpet. Thank you very much to everyone from JR who's standing behind the camera there. This was a privilege. Thank you very, very much. This story ended up being more complicated than I thought. It is generally accepted that the oldest business in the world, the oldest that's still operating anyway, is the Nishiyama Onsen Keonkan, which is this hot springs hotel about 3 hours west of Tokyo. For more than 1,300 years, people have been coming here for the natural, crystal clear hot water baths. And until recently, the owners have been 52 generations of the same family.
当館が開湯、お湯が見つかったのが西暦705年。この時に、藤原の真人という方が、山をそこで狩りをしておりまして、そこでお湯がこう湧いておるのを見つけまして、じゃあここにちょっとお風呂でもっていうところが当館が最初に創業したところでございます。
There are other people staying here tonight, by the way. It's just we're not filming them for obvious privacy reasons. The hotel's not empty. Anyway, I assumed that I'd be staying in something like a living museum here because that's what I've come to expect from the sort of historical attractions you'll find in Britain. That's what tends to happen to anything centuries old where I'm from, a kind of preservation that means that everything must be held at a certain point in time, funded by tourists who want to visit the old thing and see history. Which is great if you're running a museum, but for a hotel business that needs to survive in the 21st century, well, customers will change with the times.
もともとの温泉が4本ございまして、もうこのホラーの中にお湯が湧いておる。そこがもともとの当館の温泉の場所でございます。その前におそらく木造でずっと建てて、そこでずっと営業されてたと思うんですけど、最初はそのお風呂の場所をずっとこういろいろ改造しながら建て直ししながらずっと営業してきたんじゃないかと思います。鎌倉時代とかそういう時にはおそらくどういう形だったのかはちょっと、江戸時代とかそういう時にはもう普通の食事のするっていうよりも自炊湯治をしながらお風呂に入るっていう、もともとは お風呂にそのまま入ってましたから、浴槽の中は浴槽がなくて岩風呂の中にどんどん入ってましたから。木造の建物が建ったのがやっぱり最初に一番古いのが明治の初期ぐらいのものがありますから、平成9年に新しくこういう形の一泊二食全部観光旅館にしたんですけど。
There's still tradition here. It's not a Western-style hotel. You sleep on futons. Dinner is served at a low Japanese-style table. But this place has been updated again and again and again. This building is only a few decades old. The exact location has moved around this area many times over the years. It's only been a hotel in the English sense for a few decades. Before that, it was just a place to stay and take the waters. Now there's very fast Wi-Fi and, of course, a gift shop. They excavated new hot springs in 2005, which gave them 5 times as much hot water, and there are modern pumps and systems to check water temperature and quality. The water's drinkable, by the way. It's a hot spring after all. It's mineral water.
書物あたりでは徳川家康とか武田信玄とかそういうことは聞いてはおります。事実今の天皇陛下もうち泊まってもらったんですよ。昭和62年ですかね。その時に泊まって随行100人。それも仙台はコマーシャルしないような人なんで、結局やっぱりその温泉を今言われるオーバーツーリズム、そういうことで来る人じゃなく。
So that was going to be the story. This is the world's oldest business because it changes with the times. Problem one with that, the modern English language concept of business doesn't quite map correctly onto Japanese culture from more than a millennium ago, obviously. There is a school of flower arrangement in Kyoto called Ikenobo that was founded a couple of centuries before this, but that school probably counts as an organisation in English rather than business, as best as I can tell from translations from a local team here. If you do count that school, you kind of have to count much older things like the Catholic Church as well. This has always been a definite business. So problem two, this has only been the oldest business in the world since 2006, when the former record holder, a construction company called Kongogumi, fell on hard times. But Kongogumi didn't close or go bankrupt, it was bought by a bigger construction company. It had been a family business for nearly 1,500 years, but now it's just a subsidiary of a modern company, still operating, but arguably just a name on an organisation chart. Should Kongogumi still count? I don't think so. But if it doesn't count, that brings me to problem 3 with this story, which all the English-speaking sources I found seem to have missed.
私が引き継いだ経緯っていうのが、先代がやっぱり80歳を迎えて、ただやっぱりその中でやっぱり身内の方でこういう状況で山の中で旅館をやるっていうことを引き継いでくれる方がいらっしゃらなかったと。そういったところで私が25でずっと先代のそばで働いて、たまに言いますけど、本当に怒られながら、毎日怒られながら仕事しながら、何も社長をやろうとは思ってなかった。それがふとしたことで5年前に川野ちょっと来いって言って、次の社長川野お前やれって、私ですかっていうことで、ずっと1300年続いたこの旅館を俺の知らない人に渡すのも嫌だし、ただ私は他人だから有限を継ぐわけにいかない。でいうことで株式会社西山温泉慶雲館のまずは社長に私が就任して、で株を全部私が引き取って。
There was no practical change to what was happening here. That seems more like a restructure than a takeover. The new owner is the old general manager, so while it's not in the family, there is continuity. And I hate to say, I'm not sure, but if there's been one theme through this channel over the years I've been making videos, it's that the world is complicated and it doesn't fit in neat little categories. If you've got a list like oldest businesses that is a millennium and a half old, of course it's going to have a few asterisks in it. As for me, I'm just going to go and take the waters.
私が引き継ぐにあたっての先代からの言葉が、旅館の主でいろ、他に絶対手を出すな。それが家訓と言ったらおかしいですけど、代々伝わった言葉でございます。それが続いてこれたのはやっぱり他のところに手を出さないで旅館だけをやってきた。それが1300年続いた一つの要因じゃないかなと、私はそう思ってます。
There aren't many pneumatic tube systems left in the world. There used to be, well, not everywhere, but 100 years ago most major Western cities would have a few of them for sending messages around, either within a building or between buildings. At one point, New York had 27 miles of pneumatic tubes between post offices, and you can still see them sometimes in American drive-through banks or in a few hospitals for quickly moving samples around. Last year I visited one in Canada that's used for transmitting small amounts of radioactive stuff for medical therapy. I know of only one place, however, that sends food through them. This is C1 Espresso in Christchurch, New Zealand, and about 10 years ago they installed a brand new set of pneumatic tubes.
Customer places an order at the counter, which will then get sent through to the kitchen. From there, the chefs can open it up, see what they need to make. If it's a meal that goes inside a pneumatic tube, we've got a map on the wall. Our chefs will then know where that customer is sitting and which tube to send it to. We're a wee bit limited to what we can put through them. Soup's never a good option. Burgers, fries will be packaged in these tubes. Stainless steel, food grade. We do throw a can of beer through them every now and then, so long as people don't mind getting a bit fizzed up when it arrives at their table. But otherwise, we get our bakers to specially make a sort of torpedo-shaped burger. Most companies don't have fancy see-through tubes. They were made in Germany and imported in especially for us.
As restaurant gimmicks go, I really like this. There are a few competitors out there in the world that use things like conveyor belts or miniature roller coaster tracks, but here, your food isn't open to cold air as it travels. But I've been here filming for an hour or two now, and most of the people here are not ordering the menu items that go through the pneumatic tubes. They're ordering the rest of the menu or the coffees. These tubes attract the tourists, but the repeat customers are locals, and they're here for actually good coffee and food. Turns out that a cafe like this can't survive without actually being good.
We've been around for 11 years now. We have a roastery where we roast our own coffee in-house and create our own blend called C1000. The pneumatic tubes were set up from day one. The main issues we have around maintenance is the actual tubes themselves, wear and tear on those.
5-second rule.
They create friction and get stuck within the system. Everything else, touch wood, seems to work relatively well most of the time. We're really lucky. The new Christchurch Hospital, about 1 kilometre down the road, still uses a pneumatic tube system. There's a company in Auckland that's able to come down and do repairs and maintenance on ours when they're down looking after the hospital as well. One of the main issues we have, especially in a busy kitchen when we've got a full cafe, tube doesn't get closed properly, it decides with the vibrations to wiggle itself open, chips go everywhere, and then the tube actually stops in the roof of the middle of the cafe. If it's not too stuck, we'll try and push some more air through to see if it'll unjam itself. Second option being we've got a unit that sucks it back the way it came. Third option, which is my least favourite option, is we have to cut them out of the ceiling at the end of the dime. You hope it's near a join, that it's already been cut. Maybe happens once or twice a year. Fingers crossed.
Of course, I did ask if I could put my GoPro camera through the pneumatic tubes to get pictures of the food's journey, and they said yes. Just to set your expectations, I'm not jumping from that tower today, and I'm not jumping from that tower either. I am going up there, and frankly I've seen the route I've got to take. It looks terrifying enough, but that 20-metre platform is twice the height of the tallest Olympic standard board. If I jumped from up there, I'd hit the water at about 70 kilometres an hour. That's easily enough speed that with no training I would be in hospital. I've even got to be harnessed in while I'm up there, just in case. But that doesn't apply to Lisanne Richard, world-class high diver and cliff diver, who is going to show me the way up and then take the quick route down. And down here, safely at pool level, someone from the Montreal Olympic Parks team is going to explain why they built a board that high.
It's the biggest aquatic center in Canada. It's a facility that was built for the Olympics back in 1976. And it's also right now home of Team Canada in many sports. It's also open to the public.
How long have you been training to be able to do this sort of thing?
I did gymnastics and diving and surface before. But it's been already 22 years that I'm a high diver.
And you were Cirque du Soleil, right?
Yes, I worked with Cirque du Soleil for a while, but I never did diving with Cirque du Soleil.
Okay.
It was completely renovated in 2015. Lisanne was well aware of the Olympic Center. She was also training here. So when we renovated, she looked at all the space here and she said, maybe you can put a high diving platform there. And we started with an 18-meter platform. Then 2 years later, she said, well, you know, I think you guys got room for a 20-meter platform. So we built a 20 meters platform and we became the only place in North America when people can perform high diving in an interior space. Winter can be harsh sometimes, but because we have this facility, they can train all year long.
So how do you learn to do this? Because do you just like work up from lower heights and...
Yeah, you do not do high diving because somebody asks you.
Right.
Like you really have to feel that you have to do it, you know? So just right here.
Okay, up the ladder. Oh, I can feel the positive pressure. There's air coming up through here.
Yeah, so this is the last chance of change your mind.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm going to be harnessed in. It's okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The structure that is here was built initially because people needed to have access to change the lights. The 12 and the 15 meters is attached to the platform that we have right here, but the 20 meter is attached through the roof.
I've got to be harnessed in up here with a lot of stuff. You just have a safety loop.
Because I'm an acrobat, I have the authorization to go only with the hand loop.
Right, let's go. Oh, this platform bounces.
This makes it solid.
Yes, because if it bends, it's not going to break. All right.
Yeah, you are 15 meters up from the floor.
Okay, lead the way. So how many times a day can you do this? It's got to be a physical strain.
Yeah, I do more of the complementary training than high diving because I'm 41. At one point, I had enough impact on my body. So now I train everywhere else and I do high diving to perform. Depending of your age, of your injury, you can go to maximum 6 times by day, but you cannot do every day. And you cannot high dive every month.
It's that much strain on your body.
Yeah, because after high diving, you need a recovery time, you know?
Because you're hitting the water at, what, 70 kilometers an hour, something like that?
Exact. But in some of my challenge, I go 27 meters, so it's pretty fast. And here, the water is warm, so it's easier on the body. But when we go outside or in competition...
Oh, you might be cliff diving into cold ocean.
Yeah.
We know that FINA, which is the Federation of Aquatic Sports, are working towards having this sport in the Olympics. So we said, well, we might as well have the equipment. We also did the same thing with skateboarding. We also have a big ball. So the goal here is to say after 45 years, how can we be in the game and be also a place where athletes still come train 45 years later?
This is the 15 meter.
This is brand new. Now we have 15 to build up the next high diving generation.
Wow.
So there's the 10,
Yeah.
12, 15, 18 and 20. It makes it really safe because they do not learn too fast and have accidents.
Olympic Games last only 2 weeks. So what's happening when you pay like more than $1 billion for Olympic facilities? You need to think about the future.
You have a zip wire.
Yeah, zip line for this. And I also always put the shoes down. Okay.
That's just fun, that is.
I'm always jealous of my shoes. I would like to go.
Oh, yeah. We are able to be a place where they can practice, but we can also host some competition, which is quite nice for a facility that was built 46 years ago.
This is the one bit where I'm not harnessed in.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. You're entirely unharnessed, and I've got twin tails on. All right.
But you know, when we dive, it's better to be unharnessed.
Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess that's the one question I haven't asked, which is why? Why did you choose to take this up?
At the beginning, I wanted to do it because I felt brave and I wanted to be one of the men. Because at the beginning, no women were doing this sport, you know? So I wanted to prove that women, we can make it. Then at one point, I wanted to do it to help the sport progress and goes to the Olympic and help to build, to have a next generation and to win. But now, I do not need to compete anymore. I want to inspire the people for being involved into the progress of the sport. I'm totally in the present moment when I do high dive. And I'm a mom, I have 3 kids, I have a lot of job. When I high dive, there is nothing. No grocery list, nothing.
So I now just duck under here. I'm harnessed in. I've got 2 separate harness points. All right.
This is where champions are built, right here, in those facilities, which are also accessible to everybody.
I don't want to distract her at this point, but when you're up here, you do realise that's a very long way down. Woo! I'd applaud, but my hands are a bit busy. This feels like an obvious thing to say, but tanks are expensive, both to buy and to fuel. If you want to train someone to drive one, it'd be great if they could learn the basics on a simulator first. So in the 1970s, the Swiss Army had the idea to design and build tank simulators. But this was well before computer-generated images. They couldn't create a virtual world. So instead, they built a wonderful example of 70s analog technology. The view screen in that box is connected to a real camera and a real miniature landscape through there. In the past, thousands and thousands of tank drivers trained on machines like that. There's now only one simulator left in the world, and it's in the Swiss Military Museum, about an hour north of Zurich. And tourists can try it.
There existed in the past 12 simulators for different type of tanks. It's very accurate for teaching the basics and teaching where to go with the hand and with the feet.
Put that over your head, and then, because in a normal tank, it's too loud with the motor noises, we have a special microphone that goes around. Exactly.
Okay.
Throat mic.
So this goes on like...
Yes. Perfect.
Oh, that is... Okay, that's interesting. Yep, okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Looks good.
Let's drive a tank.
Yeah, I wish you a good drive.
Thank you. Wow, okay. All right, so
I'm going to start the hydraulics.
Yep. Oh, boy, okay.
Sounds good. Now you can start the main motor.
Starting the main motor.
Very well, sounds good.
Parking brake is off. Okay. Should probably be on the right-hand side of the road, I guess.
You can drive in the middle.
I'm in a tank.
It's a tank.
What are they going to do? All right.
Yeah, sure. You can go into 4th gear.
4th gear. Oh! Okay, gonna sit a little bit more forward so I don't hit the back of my head when that happens.
Yeah.
That's the only one of the Type 68 tank that's remaining, and we managed to get it running here. It took roughly about 1.5 to 2 years. We had to really go into it from ground up. It was very difficult, not for everything, but mostly for the electrical and electronic parts, because it's all tech. It's not like you can go to any supermarket and buy it.
5th gear?
5th gear. I need to sit forward when I do. Oh my, this feels very fast now, all of a sudden. There is something about the analog miniature model. Like, not when you close up to it, sure, but when the trees are in the distance, this is weirdly convincing.
There is a memory function on the computer module, which on base of this X and Y axis says you're here, you're on gravel, you're on snow, you're on normal earth, you're on road, and something like that. If you drive into a tree, the feet where the camera sits on just moves up, and it's like you're having a panoramic ride above our model with a helicopter.
Okay, we can go a bit slower.
I am gonna, yeah, I'm definitely...
No worries,
okay,
left gear. 5th gear, 5th gear.
5th gear. Was that being read from the camera?
The foot where you're driving on, like it's kind of a metal slide. If that like moves a tiny bit, or for instance, if there's like some contact with it and it moves, for instance, and needs to go up to go over that, it will notice that and signalize the cabin that you're moving over something.
The camera is original, the foot is original, the whole model is original, everything except for the computer part is original. But it was too old, and you don't
find parts easily for that. So we have to rebuild it on the Raspberry Pi.
You can go into fourth gear again if you're comfortable.
Yeah. Oh! Every time! We should say, of course, this is a bit of fun for tourists now, but this was a serious training aid. Like, if you're actually having to drive around a tank in wartime, it's a very, very different experience.
It is really dangerous what you do. Here is a game. It's like a game. This job is not a game.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
How do I get out of here? Giant multinational corporations don't generally have the best of reputations, and I want to stress that this is not an advert for McDonald's. I approached them about filming this because almost everyone who watches this video will have eaten at McDonald's at some point in their lives, and I'm sure the few of you who have always turned down the opportunity will be very vocal about it in the comments. But for the majority of people who have eaten at the Golden Arches, well, the experience will be roughly the same wherever you are. That's the point of fast food chains. Everything's standardised, you get the same experience, the same food, no matter where you are, right? Well, when I heard that the world's only float through McDonald's was on a little canal on the Elbe River in Germany, I thought that was probably worth a visit. Now, just to manage your expectations, this is not a McDonald's with a moat around it where there's a queue of kayaks lining up for each window and turn. That would be better, but while there was an actual microphone and speaker here once a few years ago, these days the 21st century has arrived and you have to order on the smartphone app.
We have the McBoat since 2015. In the winter we make clothes, yes, but in summer and in spring we have 24/7. People are so happy to see this because they read this or saw this on Instagram and they come especially for this. We can see your order on the screen and we make your food ready and one person goes and bring the bag out and wish them a good enjoy your meal and a happy good day.
One of the things I've learned over the years I've been making videos is that people like a combination of familiarity and novelty. If everything changes, people don't like it and they move to other things. But if nothing changes, people get bored and they move to other things. And in the same way, I think it's fascinating to find something that's very close to what you already know, but that changes it in one or two interesting ways. When something like McDonald's has a reputation for being controlled and standardised, and you know exactly what to expect, well, seeing small reinventions of that formula can be fascinating. Plus, it gives them some publicity. Oh, and one more thing. I didn't mention exactly where in Germany we are, because it is quite apt that the world's only float-through McDonald's is in Hamburg. If you've already heard of the Nürburgring, then by all means enjoy this video. We've got an interview behind the scenes, some footage of the place, but also we have me trying to explain the basics of it while being driven round the Nordschleife, the North Loop, by a professional driver. Thank you, Andy. But if you haven't heard of the Nürburgring, then it may surprise you that one of the greatest, most demanding racetracks in the world is also just a public toll road, and if you want, you can just turn up and drive it. All right, I'm going to regret this. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
There were always these three big components. So one, that the Nordschleife is open for public. Then there's car testing. The big manufacturers are still testing many weeks every year here on the Nordschleife. Then your components, then your cars. And of course there's also racing.
Normal traffic rules apply here. You have to drive on the right, you have to overtake on the left. But on most of the track, there is no speed limit, and that's because Germany has no national speed limit. There are thousands of kilometers of Autobahn out there where you can drive as fast as you safely can. As long as you're in control of your vehicle, speed doesn't matter. So legally, this is just a one-way toll road. You go to the barrier, you pay your €25, you go through this bit with the cones and the speed limit, and then you are on the ring. Oh, yes!
20.8 kilometers. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is the longest permanent racetrack in the world. Is in the most popular and most famous racetracks in the world, comparable to Indianapolis, to Monaco, to Daytona.
But there are lots of safety rules, and the team here, oh my God, the team here asked me to make it clear that racing on the ring on days like this is not allowed. And you'll see that the cars ahead, when we're on the straights, they indicate right, they get out of the way, because
legally on the Autobahn, that's what you'd have to do. Lap timers and dash cams are forbidden. I mean, we've got special permission for these cameras, we've got special permission, but none of these cars should have dash cams or timers because it is just too dangerous to have a clock ticking either on your dashboard or in your head. The track is unforgiving. If you come off here, you're not rolling onto grass, you're not rolling onto gravel, you are hitting a barrier, or worse, you're hitting, that was a drop, you're hitting someone else. The track, it has jumps, it has sections where you will, get what roller coaster fans would call airtime. Not quite ejector time, but airtime.
Everyone is able to drive, of course everyone who is sticking to the rules of our driving standards, and of course which cars finally fit to our standards. 2.8 tons is the max. People driving here around with their Porsche, but you've also got a family driving in their van here around.
There is a story that if you crash, then the Nürburgring team will present you with a bill for damage. For every half hour the safety car had to be out here, for every half hour that they had to repair the track, for every metre of crash barrier that you have damaged. That story is absolutely 100% true. If you are conscious, you will be delivered a bill. But it turns out that's also true in most of the world. If you crash on a British road, then the local highways authority will send out a bill. It's just that it'll go to your insurance company, not to you. G-forces. But insurance, other than very, very good German insurance, it won't cover you for the ring. Nearly every insurance company, particularly those outside Germany, has a clause in there that specifically excludes driving here, even if you are just a tourist.
In case of a heavier accident, then the track gets closed. In case of a normal incident like a technical breakdown, then it might be that it's just getting under yellow. First of all, we've got marshals around and permanent contact to our operators here in the entrance. We've got an emergency number, and what we are now having also from 2021 on is that we are starting to provide the Nordschleife with camera operators.
So that is a speed limit. We have just hit a speed limit for this corner, and I can see why. And then as soon as you pass this line, off we go.
2 years ago we had statistics that every 15,000 kilometers an incident is happening on the Nürburgring. But an incident might also be a car losing fluid, some technical issues, but also of course an accident. I think the biggest difference is when you've got an accident on a normal road, it takes quite a time until you've got some emergency. Here we've got around 60 people of track safety and track operators making this track as safe as possible.
There's a banked turn.
There isn't another racetrack like the Nordschleife. It's just built into the landscape. Normally, landscapes are constructed for racetracks.
Out of the way!
It is so challenging because it's so narrow and it's so long. The barriers are so close to the racetrack, and I guess that's what it makes it challenging, but what also the drivers love.
Little jump, 3, 2, 1, hip.
Oh boy! And across the line. Wow! The wind's coming from behind me. The camera might get rained on. If I look tired, it's because I am. This video ended up being a disaster. There's no other word to describe it, but I have travelled too far and expended too much energy to throw it away entirely. And I have learned quite a bit of stuff about how Iceland is handling tourists flocking to its new and dangerous volcano. So from the outskirts of Reykjavik Airport, here's a story that didn't work how I expected it to, but which I hope is still interesting. First things first, Iceland has a new volcano and it's close to the airport and relatively easy to get to. So the plan was film a video with a flowing river of lava behind me. And as the plane's landing, I can sort of see the volcano out of the window. There was a lot of low fog and it was all a bit fuzzy, but the volcano was clearly erupting. So early the next morning, I meet up with Bjorn, who's my guide and drone pilot. He's very, very good at his job. I've got him for one day and one day only. He's working on a dozen other projects all over Iceland this month. We drive the 45 minutes to the volcano site and then walk along one of the tourist trails up the mountainside. I took a bit of video as we went. We've got to head up the ridge line you can see in the distance in that shot. It's a bit of a steep climb at the start, but it's very possible. You can see silhouettes of people up on the ridge, and there were folks of all ages going up to see lava. It takes about 90 minutes of steady climbing, give or take. Sometimes we're overtaking slower tourists. Sometimes we are getting out the way so that runners from a climbing race can speed past us. I've like no idea how they managed to run the downhill bit without slipping on loose rocks, but anyway. We get to an overlook point, and that's not the volcano, it's just where the lava spills over into another valley when there's too much lava, like water out of an overflowing bath. And that view is our first bit of bad news, because just a few hours earlier there was active flowing red hot lava there. You could see it on the webcams that various companies have set up. Now, solid rock. And Bjorn sends up the drone to see what's happening. That's his volcano drone, by the way. It's a little bit melted in a couple of places from too many close encounters with lava. And the drone goes over the main basin and then over the crater itself. And the pictures that it sends back show the volcano is completely quiet. It has just stopped. We keep climbing anyway, over the next ridge to the main overlook point. A few hours earlier, we would have seen fountains of lava exploding from the main crater and flowing through the valley. We could have climbed down and stood, I mean, maybe not next to it, but a few meters away. But as it is, there's just a lot of disappointed tourists looking at some rock. So at this point, I need to introduce you to the graph. The graph is data from the Iceland Meteorological Office's sensors, and they track the rumblings at certain frequencies at all the seismic locations around Iceland. So when the graph for this volcano is high, it's erupting. When it's low, it's quiet. It's been erupting for a long time now. Bjorn shows me the graph on his phone, and it's clear. At 5 a.m, the volcano just stopped for some reason, and activity is low and it's trending downwards. There will be no new lava for maybe for just the day, or maybe it's all over and it will never erupt again. But okay, like I can still make the best of this. We head down into the valley next to the cooled lava. So the bit I was sitting on was just slightly warm, and while we knew that bit was safe, like there were other parts where there would be semi-liquid rock just underneath, ready to kill you. Earlier on, we'd looked down and we'd spotted a couple of just fools walking out across the lava. Don't do that. Anyway, we set up. I make some adjustments to my script. I try to rehearse my Icelandic pronunciation a bit, which is not good, and we start. In March 2021, sorry, I screwed that line up. Let's do that again, sorry. In March 2021, after months of rumblings and warning signs, Fagradalsfjall, this volcano in Iceland, finally erupted. And, well, it's not quite as dramatic as you might hope. You will have noticed that there's not actually any moving or spraying lava behind me. The volcano is not performing today. I've been unlucky. I'm not saying don't come to the Icelandic volcano, but this is unpredictable, and unpredictable things that spew molten rock aren't exactly safe. But I'm not here to talk about the volcano itself. The question I've got is, how do the folks in charge of this area deal with an unexpected, unpredictable, and potentially lethal new tourist attraction? Because that was going to be the main point of the video. I didn't just want to go, oh, volcano, because lots of people have done that. I want to talk about the infrastructure around it. I've got interviews set up the next day with someone from the Icelandic government's Civil Defence and Emergency Management Department. I've probably got those words in the wrong order. And with a geologist. And I know that Bjorn can provide some shots of what the volcano looks like when it's in full flow. He's got a lot of footage from many, many trips he's taken over the last few months. He's never published it before. Well, he's published lots of it, but there's shots that he hasn't. So I figure, okay, I can use those new shots in context, of course. You know, I'll tell the audience when they are, but you know, I can make it work. So I get the rest of my script done. Bjorn suggested instead of going up the hill and retracing our steps back down, we walk through the valley alongside the cooled lava flow, which sounds good, but it turns out there's a reason hardly anyone goes that way. Like, it looks spectacular. The lava formations look like something from another planet. There's heat haze. Actually, I guess that's because all the other planets are filmed in Iceland. Anyway, it looks great, but it turns out it's just like walking on a pebble beach, a sloped pebble beach for kilometre after kilometre. And then we get to the bit that's a 45-degree slope down, and at this point it's less climbing and more surfing. That's a good 10-15 minutes of sort of steady, slidey, ankle-wrenching descent. I fall on my arse several times. But, you know, I know to keep my central balance uphill, because a gentle fall back is better than tumbling all the way down. And we get back safe. I am a bit disappointed as we get back to the car park. You know, no other way to say it, but I'm pretty confident I can make it work in the end. Bjorn drives us back to Reykjavik. We part ways, I take a nap, I get some dinner, but we both keep an eye on the graph. And at about 6 p.m, the activity starts to tick up again. 9:30, the live webcams that are pointed at the volcano, they start to show lava explosions just in the main crater, and Bjorn knows that there's an angle at the top of the western part of the hills where he can get me and the crater in shot, lava behind me, and he can also send the drone over, and maybe it'll even start flowing into the valley again. It is very late and we are so tired, but it's time to climb the volcano a second time. By the time we arrive at the car park, it's 11 p.m. There are a few other optimistic tourists who I guess have looked at the same data and images we have. This time, we take the western route up. Still a long climb, still a bit of scrabbling up hills. It's really, really tough. We pass another dried lava flow, and we pass the giant earth wall that's been constructed to try and make sure that the lava goes in a particular direction. It's midnight by the time we're approaching the top, but it's Iceland in midsummer, so it's still light. And we have to stop short of the crater, and we can't film because we reach the clouds. In the time it took us to get up there, fog has rolled in, low cloud has rolled in, and toxic gases from the volcano are now drifting that way as well. And if we go any further, it won't be safe and we won't be able to see anything anyway. The crater is so close, but there's no way to get there. Bjorn sends the drone out and he gets some incredibly atmospheric shots from directly over the crater. He nearly melts the camera, but all we'd see from the path is cloud and smoke. And then there's one last bit of hope, because Bjorn notices there is clearly lava flowing. Maybe it's going to go down the valley, and no, it's going into a hole in the ground and it's disappearing. So we head back down, because there's nothing more we can do. Down the hill, back to Reykjavik. In total, we've spent 7 or 8 hours of the day hiking up and down mountainsides. Bjorn has gone above and beyond, and I figure that I've still got a couple of days left. Maybe the situation will change. I can go back on my own. I won't have a drone, and without a guide, I will have to just stick strictly to the tourist route, but maybe it'll work. I can still do the interviews too. They will help. And then I got a really bad case of food poisoning, because I guess Icelandic Mexican fusion cuisine was a bad idea. So now I am physically exhausted, both from the hiking and from spending a day in my hotel room talking to Huey on the big white telephone. I had to cancel the interviews, and even if the volcano had changed and started flowing over the last couple of days, which it hasn't, trying to hike for hours to somewhere with no facilities while my body's knackered is not an option, and I can't extend my stay here. The last time I visited Iceland, I quoted Sam Hughes, science fiction author, and I'm going to do that again with a different part of their work. Iceland is the place you go to remind yourself that planet Earth is a machine, and that all the organic life that has ever existed amounts to a greasy film that has survived on the exterior of that machine thanks to furious improvisation. I did not get to see lava close up. Volcanoes are unpredictable and dangerous, and there aren't that many that are tourist attractions for exactly that reason. I did learn a few things about Icelandic infrastructure and emergency management, and I can share them with you now. So I guess technically mission accomplished, and I've still got a video. But this is kind of my furious improvisation, not the life-saving kind, but you know, sometimes these things don't work out and you've gone too far and put too much effort in to just throw it all away, so you improvise, and this is what I've got you. I wish I could wrap this story up in a neat bow, but the only way that this could possibly have a good ending is if somehow, in the few hours just before I leave Iceland, the volcano decided to have a sudden massive eruption, sending tens of thousands of tons of lava flowing down the hill, and by coincidence my stomach settled down as well, so I could gather what feels a bit like the very last of my strength, hike out there one more time and at least get a shot standing in front of lava. No, the volcano's just gone quiet again. I'm going to go get on a plane and I will bet that damn volcano erupts just after I take off. Luxembourg is a small country. It's about 50 miles by 35 miles with just over 600,000 people living in it. And here in the capital Luxembourg City, around 200,000 people commute into work every day, half from outside the country, but less than 20% of them travel by public transit. But from Sunday, March 1st, all public transit in the entire country will be free. Pretty soon there'll be no ticket machines, unless you want an international ticket. There'll be no fare dodgers, unless you count people who are sneaking into the first-class train cabins that you will still have to pay for. And on the face of it, free public transit seems like an easy decision. get people out of cars and into buses and trains. But it's a little more complicated than that.
We are the country beside Qatar with the highest degree of cars per household in Luxembourg. And we have definitely a big problem, especially in peak hours, with enormous congestion problems. We have a problem also that quality of life in our cities, in our villages, it's really worsened. That comes because Luxembourg is a country where you had not only the highest average of economic growth in the last 25 years, but also our population growth is the highest in the European Union. Having a mobility behavior that is mainly based on individual cars cannot really function anymore. And at the end, it's also a problem then for our economy itself.
Making public transit free is not a new idea. There are quite a few cities around the world who've already done it, and a lot of Estonia now has free public transit for residents. Luxembourg, though, is the first country to abolish fares entirely. And partly that's because it can afford to do it. The country's a small, rich tax haven. The thing is, public transit here is almost free already. A ticket valid for a full day on every bus, tram and train in the country is €4. The whole transit network costs the government €700 million a year to operate, but all the tickets sold add up to just 10% of that. By comparison, London's transit network is about half funded by fares. So from the Luxembourg government's perspective, there's not actually that much difference between a €4 day ticket and free transit. But free transit is the sort of headline that gets you a lot of good publicity. But hey, if the transit is free, why would you want to get around by car? Well, it's because the transit here isn't great. It's okay by European standards. The buses and trains will get you there. I've had no problems as a tourist, but the commuter lines are already overcrowded in rush hour. A lot of the rolling stock is dated, and there is a litany of complaints about the paths they take and how they deal with breakdowns. Driving here, even with the congestion, is usually quicker and more convenient, sometimes even for journeys directly between city centres.
So every year there's more and more people moving here, and the infrastructure system is under a lot of strain. So the needs are to make it work, not to make it free. There's lots of research on this, and what comes out over and over again is that fare is not the main motivating factor. The motivating factor is comfort, reliability, and safety. No one never knows if the trains are actually going to be on time. It has happened that people are standing for an hour and a half on the platform waiting for the train with no substitute buses or anything. So that's an extreme case, obviously. But if one wants to be somewhere on time, one has to take this into account that these things do happen.
The cities who are doing this, investing in the public transport, the free public transport, that will be the cities that, from a competitive point of view, will be worldwide the winning cities. Even if I say it's free to use, somebody pays it. So at the end, the €700 million will be paid by the taxpayers in general. Someone, for example, with a minimum income pays no taxes. So he has the public transport really for free. But somebody who pays high taxes, he pays much more.
That's an important point. For someone like me who's a tourist with a travel budget, €4 for a day pass isn't a big issue. But for someone on minimum wage who has to commute an hour or 2 hours from wherever housing's affordable, that makes a big difference.
I don't think the key social issue in Luxembourg is the price of the transit. One needs to look at the housing costs. The increasing prices of housing are pushing people to the border regions. So it might be financially more sound to live in Belgium or France and Germany, buy a house or rent a house and buy a couple of cars than it would be to live here in Luxembourg and use the transit. It needs investment, and it needs investment now. It's behind. And so Luxembourg needs to catch up and plan for the future.
You must see the free public transport additionally to the investments that we are doing in the improvement of the network and the quality of the public transport. If you only introduce free public transport, that will change not very much in the behavior. It can only function if you do it combined with a complete strategy that will switch from individual mobility to multimodality, so even including pedestrians, cyclists, and if you invest at the same time a lot of money in the infrastructure of public transport, so that at the end you can combine everything. We say, if we build an infrastructure, we will build it to move people and not to move cars.
I'm not saying free transit is a bad thing. I think it's a great idea personally. But having good, frequent, Well-connected transit that isn't too crowded to board is also important. The question isn't as binary as should public transit be free, because in a utopia, of course it would be. It would also be autonomous, zero emission, and it would run from anywhere to everywhere all the time. But until we're in a post-scarcity society, the public are paying, one way or another, either through taxes or fares. The more important question is about planning and long-term investment. There's an urban legend that when grave robbers found their way to ancient Egyptian tombs, there were warnings they ignored. Do not open this tomb, do not steal the riches inside. You will be cursed and you will die. It's not true. Not just that curses aren't real, but those warnings were just an urban legend. The robbers wouldn't have been able to read them, and even if they could, the messages weren't warning of curses. They were just the ancient equivalent of a no trespassing sign. This is Olkiluoto, an island on the far west of Finland, and here they're building a tomb for something that really is dangerous. In a few years, the deep bedrock here will contain the world's first long-term storage site for high-level nuclear waste, right next to some of the reactors that produce it. This isn't a video about whether nuclear power is good or bad. I think it's good, and so it seems does Finland. The third reactor here is being tested now, and it's due to go online next year. But this video is about a different question. We do have nuclear power in the world. So where do we put the waste? I didn't know how it'd feel until I stood here. It is very strange to have 400 meters of rock above my head and knowing that inside that solid plug of clay there is high-level radioactive waste. This new tunnel complex is called Onkalo, which translates as cavity, and long-term storage really does mean long-term, 100,000 years. To put that in perspective, 100,000 years ago, humans hadn't made it to Europe yet. The continent was still frozen in the middle of an ice age. Our species were just hunter-gatherers. This facility is being designed to last for geological time. And yes, despite the fact that there are hundreds of nuclear reactors in the world, right now, there is no permanent geologic storage facility anywhere for high-level radioactive waste, the spent nuclear fuel, the really nasty stuff that could cause disasters if it leaks. Now, the problem isn't urgent. The world doesn't actually produce that much of it, relatively speaking. A century's worth of high-level waste from all the current reactors in Finland will fit in the final version of this one new facility. But right now, around the world, high-level radioactive waste is generally stored near reactors. First in water ponds that require active cooling, and then in concrete casts that'll last, well, about as long as a concrete building would, not long enough. The US has been trying to work out a storage site for years, but their one serious attempt, Yucca Mountain, has been mired in politics for decades. Finland, here, is closest to building their solution.
The geology in Finland is very old. We are talking about 2,000 million years is the age of what we have below our feet here. And in that way, it's really stable and it represents the most ancient parts of this earth. High-level waste will be disposed of with cast iron copper canisters, and the canisters are put into the hole in the deposition tunnels, and the canisters are surrounded by bentonite clay. Clay has a low hydraulic conductivity, which means that the water doesn't transport through the clay. The spent fuel, when it's taken from the reactors into the disposal, it's highly radioactive, but with time the radioactivity will decrease. After 500 years, people can stand beside the canister and it's not dangerous. But there are some other long-lived radionuclides which might be harmful in case they would come up to the surface and into the drinking water, into the wells or biosphere. And therefore, the geological disposal will isolate the waste for 100,000 of years.
This area isn't prone to earthquakes or other natural disasters. Geologically, it's about as peaceful as you can get. So the plan is, dig the tunnels, and then, for 100 years, put the casks of waste in, and then backfill each tunnel with clay so they're encased in solid rock. And once the site is full, fill in every bit of it, every last tunnel, and then leave it forever. There are multiple levels of containment. The idea is that even if one or two of them fail, everything will still be safe for 100,000 years. Unless someone digs it up. When the US government was thinking about using Yucca Mountain as its storage site, they commissioned a now famous report on how to mark a site like this. How do you warn people away? Even if our civilization has collapsed, our language has fallen apart, and no one knows what radiation is. There were all sorts of ideas, from a spike field to forbidding blocks, but all of those would ultimately be a big sign saying, hey, there's something interesting under here, dig.
The facilities will be closed about 100 years, 6,500 tons for uranium. We had not decided what is the best way to mark that.
There was one other idea in that research paper. Don't mark the site at all. Once the repository is full, fill it in, seal it shut, and then hide it. So there's nothing remarkable at the surface. There are very few reasons to dig this deep, particularly here. The odds are slim that some future archaeologist would decide to dig 400 meters down in this remote location, and if they did, if someone ignored all the warnings or arrived after everything had been eroded away up top, well, if they did break through all the containment in search of treasure, what they'd get is radiation poisoning and a particularly unpleasant death. If the grave robbers that dug up Egyptian tombs had started rapidly and obviously dying from a real curse, maybe they would have taken the hint. In June 2015, I went to Sheffield and I saw a paternoster lift, an obsolete design of elevator with a looping chain of open cabs. In June 2016, I travelled to Genoa in Italy and I saw an elevator that also moved sideways, except, spoiler, it's a bit of a cheat. It's actually a little horizontal car that moves inside a bigger elevator that does the heavy lifting. And now it is June 2017, and I'm in Germany at the brand new ThyssenKrupp elevator test tower, and they have flown me out here to show off Multi, their actual, full-size, working elevator that moves sideways without cheating.
For us, it was very important to have a tower to test the new technology. We don't want to test it at the customer side. The tower is 246 meters high, and this means 1,700 steps. I know that exactly because I walked up once.
This is a building made almost entirely of elevator shafts. Some of them test regular lifts, but some of them are reserved for this new system.
The principle of having a continuous rotating flow of cars was one of the best inventions in our industry ever. And to achieve this, we have to exchange cabins from one shaft to another. And to have this exchange, we need an exchanger, what you see just behind me. And this exchanger allows us to go into horizontal movement. The exchanger can be placed at every point in the shaft. So it allows us to do all kinds of configurations, coming down vertically and then going into the horizontal movement.
One of the problems with elevators in really tall buildings is that you need a cable so long that it can't support its own weight, let alone the weight of the cab that's then connected to it. The solution here is a bit different, and it doesn't use cables at all. It uses linear induction motors.
Linear drive, it's also a synchronous motor with permanent magnets. And you maybe know it from a rotating motor. If you just take this motor and cut it on one side and just lay it on a table flat, then you already have a linear drive. And this is what we have vertical and also horizontal.
In a regular elevator, it's called a traction elevator, you've got cables holding the cab, any one of which can hold more than the design weight. Also, you've got emergency brakes, which will pop out and slow the car down with friction if it's moving too fast. An absolute worst case, even if all that somehow fails, you have a buffer at the bottom that should reduce a free fall drop from fatal to just severe injuries. Elevators are incredibly safe because they're incredibly well regulated. So before this is allowed to carry humans, this system needs to be at least as fail-safe.
The safety is not just in the ropes of a conventional elevator, but in the brake system. In conventional elevators, you have the brake on the machine, on top of the shaft in the machine room. Now we have the brake directly on the cars. This new component, the exchanger, where we go from vertical into horizontal movement, also needs to be checked by our safety controller. What is the position of the exchanger? Is it locked? Is it safe? And in case any violation of a safety rule, then we go to a safe state.
There are, of course, some catches. Linear induction motors are expensive and heavy. Each one of the cabs needs to have its own set, and the whole elevator shaft from top to bottom needs to be lined with the magnetic coil units that power them.
To save weight, these cabs are made of carbon fibre and aluminium. So will it work out in the real world? ThyssenKrupp's models say it will, but once everything's been tested and approved here, the next step is to sell it to the kind of enormous multinational companies who build skyscrapers and who do not like risk. And that might be a greater challenge than making the elevators in the first place. In 1881, an architect called William Brown and an iron foundry owner called Benjamin Howe patented an idea for a new type of jail, the rotary jail. In hindsight, it was not a good idea. It's impractical, unsafe, and massively overcomplicated, but that didn't stop them selling the idea to a few towns across the United States. And the first one was built here, in Crawfordsville, Indiana. And while it hasn't held prisoners for decades, it is the only one where the mechanism still works.
We have a 2-story rotary jail, and there are 8 cells on each floor. It weighs approximately 30 tons. It's made of steel. It's operated by a hand crank. The hand crank moves both floors of the jail at exactly the same time. It doesn't touch any of the walls. It doesn't touch the bars. The whole machine kind of sits around a central cylinder that runs from the roof to the sewer system, and it works like a pin. All of the weight of it rests on a lip on top of that pin. It's just a marvel of engineering for its time, you know. The advantage of having a rotational cell block was that you could have just the one opening the inmates can enter, exit their cells from in front of a pie-shaped cell block. So if you only had one door to watch, then you didn't have to pay as many guards to be here to watch the inmates. There's just one way out. The half moon kind of seat shapes are toilets that have been welded shut. So when our jail was built in the 1880s, our inmates had indoor plumbing and toilets inside their cells when most of the country didn't have it in their homes. So some of the issues with the jail are that from 1882 until 1938, there was just one opening on each floor. And there's an independently operating sliding door that locks closed on each floor to keep inmates just from jumping out whenever they want to. If there was a fire, you risked having to have a guard stand there and crank out each cell one by one to get the inmates to safety. The other issue is that almost 50% of our inmates were arrested for being drunk. Some of them would overspill from the drunk tank and need to be in the cells to make room for other inmates as they came in. So they would fall asleep on the ground, hugging the bars. The machine would begin to move, and essentially the wall would come into contact with their limbs and break them or amputate them. They quit rotating the jail in 1938. They cut an individual door out of every cell and they installed the catwalk. So they quit rotating it because of the problems that they had with fire concerns and with inmates getting limbs chopped off. As far as we've been told, as long as we keep maintaining the machine the way that we do and treating it the way that we do, there's no end in sight. We'll be able to turn it forever.
There are any number of ways that this could have been improved. The bars could have spun, not the cells, or you could remove the complicated, expensive rotation part entirely and just, open one cell at a time, which is basically a regular jail. The moral of the story? Just because an idea has been patented doesn't mean that it's actually any good. It just means no one's thought of it before, and sometimes there's a reason for that. Computers aren't very good at picking random numbers. Every part of a computer is designed to be predictable and follow logical patterns. You put the same numbers in, you're going to get the same numbers out, which is a problem because all modern encryption, including that padlock up in your browser that tells you that you're safe, all of that relies on big, properly random numbers. If you can somehow predict those numbers, you can start breaking those locks, which is why I'm here at the headquarters of Cloudflare in San Francisco.
Cloudflare is a service that protects websites and web services and sort of sits in front of them as a gatekeeper. Somewhere around 10% of the web flows through Cloudflare's network. Cloudflare was one of the first companies to provide free SSL encryption for websites. So the connection between your web browser and the website you're going to is fully encrypted and, invisible for eavesdroppers to be able to look at.
In short, these folks deal with a lot of encrypted internet traffic, so they need a lot of random numbers. It is possible to write code that will simulate randomness, and that's good enough for a lot of uses, but in theory, those numbers could be predicted. They're just being generated by code. So the servers here have to get their randomness from an external and entirely unpredictable source. A lot of home computers treat their own users as sources of randomness. Tiny twitches of mouse movements, the exact milliseconds between keystrokes, or on a phone, maybe even the accelerometer or other sensors. In all those cases, they generally discard the bigger parts, the bits that could just be influenced by humans, and go off to tiny little decimal places, the bits that you couldn't control precisely even if you wanted to. But that sort of human interaction is nowhere near enough for an operation on this scale, hence lava lamps.
We videotape these lava lamps and take the pictures and the video and turn it into a stream of random unpredictable bytes. And this unpredictable data is what we use to help create the keys that encrypt the traffic that flow through Cloudflare's network. This data is then fed into our data centers and then fed into the Linux kernel, which then uses it to help seed random number generators that are used to generate keys. Every time that you take a picture with a camera, there's going to be some sort of static, some sort of noise. So it's not only just where the bubbles are flowing through the lava lamp, it's sort of the state of the air, the sort of ambient light. Every tiny change impacts the stream of data. A cryptographic hash function is something that we use where even if you have one sort of static image and one little bit changes, it changes the entire stream. So we use that to help scatter the randomness as much as possible. We also collect randomness around the world. So in our London office, we have this thing called a chaotic pendulum. It has 3 pieces and it's unpredictable in which way they kind of twist and turn together. We videotape that and feed it into our randomness source as well. In our Singapore office, we have a radioactive source that we use to feed into the randomness system as well. So this is not just some stunt that we pulled. It's actually being fed into our real systems.
Whether anything in the world is truly random is arguably a question of philosophy and not science. Maybe everything is just complicated clockwork, but these lava lamps are so chaotic that simulating that camera shot with perfect pixel accuracy, far enough ahead to be useful, while figuring out everything else those images are being put through, it's roughly the same level of difficulty as just brute forcing the encryption in the first place. And even if you could simulate all that, you'd only have one piece of the puzzle. These folks aren't the first to do this. LavaRand was patented by a company called Silicon Graphics in 1996, but that only lasted a couple of years. Now, of course, there are less flashy and more practical ways to generate random numbers, but then I wouldn't be here. I would be at some other company who'd gone and, I don't know, pointed a camera at a basket of kittens. That'd be a bit higher maintenance, though.
Do you remember that container ship, the Ever Given, that got stuck in the Suez Canal back in 2021? The final report into what happened came out a few months ago as I record this, and there were a lot of things that went wrong. It was travelling too fast, there were communications problems between the crew and the local pilots, and there was the bank effect. There are 2 ways to learn what that is. You can get the theoretical explanation that big ships get sucked to the sidewalls by pressure differences when travelling at speed along canals. But if that seems a bit abstract, you can learn it hands-on. Because this is the Port Iława Ship Handling Research and Training Centre in the north of Poland. And this is one of the places where the folks who steer those big ships learn how to do it. Just to be clear, I'm not getting a full training course. That takes days and includes a huge amount of theory work and study as well. I'm just going to drive a miniature container ship for a lap round the lake and hopefully not get it stuck in the Suez Canal.
We have started our training activity in 1980. In 90s, we have moved from the old lake towards this one, and practically first training here was realized in 1991, more or less 30 years ago. We are performing training in ship handling. We have a lot of different mock-ups presenting different waterways. Everything was built using exactly the same scale, 1:24, deep waters, shallow waters, different restrictions, rivers, canals, and what is more important, of course, ship models.
Permission to come aboard?
Granted.
Okay. This is bigger than I thought it was going to be.
It's one of the biggest in the world. 400-meter ship.
400 metre. Scaled down 1 in 24, that's still
16 and a half.
That's okay, this is big. Cool.
We can proceed. Dead slow ahead.
So dead slow ahead?
Yeah. And steady as she goes forward.
I assume that means just keep it going straight. Okay.
These are the tugboat simulators.
Oh, I don't feel guilty about you taking the controls here. I'd be on tugboats coming out. I was meant to be asking all sorts of questions here, and I'm just slightly nervous about driving a tiny boat.
It's not a tiny boat, it's a 400 meters container ship.
Yeah. So you have controls there that simulate the effect of tugs on the boat.
Right, 4 tugs. You may make a rather hard to port.
Hard to port?
Oh.
I don't know why, but I thought I was going to spin that like the wheel of a pirate ship, and it's just a...
Yeah.
All right, so what's our plan now?
Okay, so now we can go through the lock if you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically, we go that direction, south of the island.
I feel like I need to go left here.
Yeah, make it port 10.
Port, not left.
We have had in our history more than 6,000 pilots, masters and chief officers from more than 50 countries. In average, 220, 230 a year. We have beginners, but we have also very experienced masters.
Because lock is very shallow, we will have only 2 centimeters of water under the keel. If we have too high speed, we touch the bottom.
So the faster I go in shallow water, the more the boat is going to get sucked down to the ground.
More squat you have,
Okay.
We have to come in the line with the lock.
Oh!
Sooner we do that, more time we have to apply any correction if necessary.
That is such a tight spot to navigate through.
Hard to starboard for a while. Starboard.
So the minute I feel like I've got this, it's all going to fall apart. Midships?
Yes, please.
Yeah. And
starboard 20.
Yep. And midships. Yep. Oh, I think I've overcorrected there. There's some very strong work being done by the tugboats here. Thank you. We have no clearance here. I feel like starboard slightly.
Yeah, starboard 20.
Starboard 20. I can't see how close we are there. Did we clear that?
Yes.
I think we cleared that.
Yes.
Again, solid tugboat work. Midships, surely.
Starboard 20.
Okay.
The basic training program takes 5 days. A linear scale 1 to 24 means that time scale is equal to more or less 5. It means everything happens 5 times faster than in reality. And feeling for a ship may be affected. It is disadvantage, but from other hand, 5 days of training will correspond to 25 days of training in reality.
Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard. More the helmsman than the captain at this point, thank you.
Hard to port again.
Hard to port, left hand down a bit.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can make half a head.
Half a head. We are clear of the lock.
Oh yeah.
Whew.
Full ahead.
Full ahead. Did I need to slam that forward so dramatically? Absolutely not, but...
Our first models were really very simple. Nothing inside. Just wheel, engine telegraph, and that's it. And step by step, we have started to add different facilities. We have electronic navigation. It means very precise GPS system, which allows to measure a given ship model trajectory with precision equal to 1, maybe 2 centimeters.
Suddenly the nerves have gone. That's open ocean, open lake.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, because you've got to cancel out what you've just given it, right?
Yeah.
We're still going quite strongly to port just because that input from
the wind
ages ago. And the
due
wind?
to the wind, yeah.
Okay. I'm amazed how much the wind is affecting this.
You have to imagine that such a ship, fully loaded, has about 20,000 square meters of the windage area.
Everything during exercises is measured, sent towards classroom, and in case of problems, we can discuss step by step, and we can show where mistakes were made.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got distracted by a cormorant.
Current, especially in case of shallow water, it's a big problem. It means we have current generators. This current velocity can be changed according to our needs.
I thought we hit something. Oh, we did. That's me. Sorry.
No problema.
It's not like this thing has rear view mirrors.
Okay, half a head.
Half a head. We're sailing a massive container ship down the Suez Canal. Do you want you to put a little bit of rudder in here?
Yeah, it's fine. Now we have to go behind Varta.
Right.
You can make a port 10.
Port 10. Got it. I think we're clearing the red buoy.
Midship.
Midship.
No, it's clear.
Okay.
Port 20.
Port 20.
Midships.
Midships. Okay.
And a full ahead.
Full ahead. Okay.
Starboard 20.
Starboard 20 because we've got to ease out the
Then
turn.
you will start feeling the bank effect from the starboard wall.
Okay.
Hard to starboard.
So it feels like I could go midships now. We should just go straight down the middle of this canal, except...
The bank effect, you see, bow is coming out. It means the
Yeah.
repulsion force
So,
pushes the bow. Now you have to make a hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard. God, yeah, I mean, sucked towards the port wall. I'm putting full right lock on here.
Midships.
Midships. Okay.
You see, again, it's coming.
Yep. It is.
So we have to make it hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard. Yeah. If I don't do hard to
you
starboard,
would have hit this one.
Yeah.
This wall.
I'm absolutely going to ram that if we're not careful.
Yeah.
That's
and
so
midship.
powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard. I was midships. We should have been going straight ahead, and I think.
I have to help
Yeah,
with the
you're going to have to help with that. I should have done that earlier. Everybody down.
Clear.
Oh, cleared?
Midship. Hard to port. No.
Hard to port.
We are lucky, 1 inch clear.
That was more luck than good judgment, that was.
Our research is focused on ship handling. It means interaction forces and autonomous ships. We have started realization of research programs 3 or 4 years ago because autonomous ships will be really very popular.
We need at least 10 ships lengths to stop the ship. And
10 ships lengths?
And that harbor is here.
Oh, I definitely need to put some port in.
Yes, hard
port
to
20.
port.
Hard to port, okay.
Everything in case of our training center is realized in real conditions. You can feel very well wind, you can feel very well current, and everything what deals with weather conditions. Such a situation does not happen in case when using computer simulators. And especially pilots coming to our training center for training prefer very often to use models instead of computer simulation.
Every driver's instinct in me is going, I can just slam it in reverse, take it round, it'll be fine. No, it won't. That's not how this works.
Collisions really occur at our training center. The main difference regarding computers and our models is in computers, in case of problems, you can switch off everything and you can restart everything. That's okay. In the case of our training center, the only one thing to do is to call technical staff for rescue tasks, and quite often our models are sent directly from the training center to our shipyard for different repairing works. And this psychological effect influences very much level of education. People realize everything a little bit differently when comparing with computer simulators.
All right, we are home.
That was a privilege. Thank you very, very much. I know very few people get to do
welcome.
that, so
Not
thank
a problem.
you so
Here,
much.
every instructor can do that.
After the Second World War, the Netherlands had to build a lot of new houses, not just to repair damage, but to handle the population from the post-war baby boom. And the housing they built was, well, it was pretty much all the same. Most of it built quickly, cheaply, and to one of a few similar designs. So in 1968, the Dutch government's Ministry for Public Housing and Spatial Planning started to offer grants for experimental architecture. Because, to quote the government minister in charge, men weet niet wat men mist. You don't know what you're missing. Maybe they'd find a way to radically improve housing for everyone. A lot of the experiments were very tame. You wouldn't really notice them as you walk through a city. They just use different materials or organise the rooms or houses differently. And they actually did find ways to build better homes. Some of the experiments were the sort of stark, brutalist work that you might expect from 1960s or 70s architects. Interesting to look at, not always great places to live. Some of those became quite famous, like the cube houses in Helmond and Rotterdam. One of the final experiments to get the subsidy was built in 1984, and it was very strange indeed. The Bulwoningen, the sphere houses, sit in Den Bosch in the south of the country. According to the designer, artist Dries Krijkamp, humans were not meant to live in a box.
It's not very spacious, but depending on the person, like I personally don't have claustrophobia, but I have heard from other people that they have experiences of claustrophobia when they enter the house. So it's not made for everyone.
Krijkamp was more a designer than an architect. The experimental houses are livable and they're still used as social housing where the local government is the landlord. But there are definitely some problems.
Because of the trees, the shell of the house gets green pretty quickly. Once in the 5 or 10 years they do a complete cleaning of the houses. Or anything inside the house, that's all for yourself, except for proper maintenance like the boilers and that kind of stuff. Or if the windows are leaking, because that's one of the biggest problems we have. On a good rainy day you can basically swim in your living quarters. The first floor is when you enter the house. The second floor is the sleeping quarters. Then you go another stair And then you get to the bathroom and the shower, and then you have the upper floor, which is the living room, the kitchen. If you have a lot of stuff, you have to adapt because there's very limited room, so you have to use every inch. Even if you measure, it's still no guarantee that things will fit.
The two halves of each house were built in a temporary factory on site here and then connected together. These are made from glass fibre reinforced concrete with 10 centimetres of rock wool insulation between the outer and inner hull, which means they are warm.
If it's 20 degrees outside, then it becomes 25 inside. So we cover the windows. We're always looking forward to the winter, really. During winter, it's quite nice and comfy, actually. Like, I can't complain.
Maybe, if these plans continued, the third or fourth generation of these houses would have worked well. But not only did they have problems, they also proved just too expensive compared to the economies of scale for traditional housing.
Recently, these houses were added to monumental status, so they get a little bit more care. They can't be demolished, but that's only on the local level, not governmental level, at least not yet.
The surprising thing for me is not that these houses exist. There's a lot of weird houses out there. I've visited a few of them. What surprised me is they're still homes. They're still lived in. They've not been converted to hotels or short-term lets or quirky tourist attractions. And they're not sitting disused and broken. The dreams of the space age didn't all come to pass. We don't all live in spheres now, and it turns out that there are good reasons for that. But some people still do.
It's nice to live here. It's peaceful. The shops are nearby. You got a park next to your house. You can ice skate in the winter. We have good neighbors. We do hang out, we do chat with one another. You get used to it. It just asks a lot of adapting to it and being creative.
The Batya skyscraper in Zlin, Czechia, is a landmark of architecture. I know it doesn't look like much by modern standards, but this isn't from the 1970s or 1980s. It was completed in 1939. It was administration building number 21, built to run the Batya company, which had started as a small shoe manufacturer and grown into a huge multinational corporation across dozens of different industries with tens of thousands of employees. And this building wasn't just modern in style. For a pre-World War II building, it's surprisingly advanced. It has air conditioning and heating, adjustable for each floor. It has a couple of small paternoster lifts for getting between adjacent floors, which are a continuous chain of cabins that never stop. They're very efficient, just a little bit dangerous. And the boss has a corner office on every floor. Because the boss's office is an elevator. The control panel is next to the desk, and we're going up. However, only the museum staff here are actually allowed to push the buttons, so please enjoy this little bit of camera trickery. The folks who are showing me around didn't want to be on camera, which is fair enough, so I'm going to be your tour guide today. This elevator was built by Otis, the American manufacturer, for Jan Antonin Batya, the head of the company. And the technical side of this is roughly the same as any other large goods lift. Otis have built much bigger and heavier elevators than this. Scaling up to 5 meters by 5 meters isn't too difficult, and the furnishings don't add that much weight. It does have a few extra features, 2 telephones, one for local calls and one for international, plus separate lighting and air conditioning. But those were pretty much all solved problems for elevators by 1939. If you're running one cable for lighting, it's not much more effort to add a few more to power some fans and provide telephone lines. But the bit that surprised me was the sink. How is there hot and cold running water and a drain in a moving elevator? When I first heard about this, I thought there'd be a sink installed on each floor and it would just line up, but no, this moves with the elevator. And then I thought maybe there was some incredibly clever plumbing like in that rotating house I visited a while ago. But actually, there's just a water tank above and a wastewater tank below, and every so often maintenance would fill that one and empty that one, because sometimes the simplest solutions are the best. These days it's kept dry. Now, there is a story that the boss would use this elevator to always keep a watch on employees, appearing at any time, staring from his chair out of the door. But the guides here say that's a myth. And it doesn't make sense anyway, because each floor of this building is 80 meters by 20 meters, and this is a corner office with fairly narrow doors. There just aren't the sight lines to make that possible. And besides, there's a big light-up indicator outside that tells you what floor the office is currently sitting on. It's not recorded whether employees would ever just push the button to call the office to their floor as a prank. I really hope that happens sometimes. I couldn't tell you for sure why this was built. It's probably efficiency. It is quite a long walk to the main public elevators. Plus, it's much more private rather than the boss riding along with everyone else. And besides, Jan Antonin Batya never actually got to use this because the building was completed in 1939, by which point Europe was at war, and Jan Antonin had left the continent with his family. The history of him and the fates of the various international branches of the company after that are complicated. Complicated enough that you could probably get a whole PhD trying to understand it. After the war, he was declared a traitor and he died in exile in Brazil in 1965. But in 2007, the conviction was officially overturned. And in 2019, he was given Czechia's highest honour for services to the country. And there's a statue of him in the park just over the road. History is complicated, particularly Second World War history in Central Europe, and particularly when I just came here to make a video about an interesting elevator. This building is now the main government office for this whole region and a local tourist attraction. And every so often, someone still stops by to service the elevator. Sometimes I'm able to do a lot of research before going to a place, and sometimes I have to just wing it. Here's what I know. Every year, this town, Honiton, in southwest England, has a tradition where they throw hot pennies off balconies down onto waiting crowds who try to catch them. Apparently this started more than 700 years ago as part of the local fair. Back then, the pennies would be scalding hot, and part of the entertainment, at least for the people throwing, was watching poor people burn themselves as they scrambled to pick up the pennies. Back then, pennies were worth a lot more. Very roughly, it would be the equivalent of throwing £1 coins off the balcony, so perhaps worth minor burns if you're desperate. 7 centuries later, they do still throw pennies, but I'm assured they're not scalding, just merely warm. And that is all I know. My script ends here. But I'm hoping I can find out more from the folks who run it, and also not get injured by flying pennies.
This is my first Hot Pennies as the Mayor of Honiton. I've been coming to Hot Pennies all my life. It's led predominantly by the town crier. It's his event, if you like, and I'm gate crashing it.
I'm the town crier and mace bearer of Honiton. I've held this position for 27 years, and today the Hot Pennies ceremony will be my 28th. We toss pennies from balconies, windows, and if you're brave enough to scramble for them, pick them off the floor, they're all yours to take home.
People are pretty much sorting themselves out by height, so the kids are going to the front, the adults are coming to the back. I hope they're going to be okay. I hope I'm going to be okay.
I've been on the committee, believe it or not, for 46 years, and this is my 47th Honiton Hot Pennies. When Honiton was granted a rural charter, they held a fair, and of course they wanted people to come into the town to make it a success. But quite a lot of those people hadn't paid their landlords their rent. So it was decided that they would give an amnesty during Fair Week, and whilst the glove was hoisted, no man will be arrested.
No man shall be arrested! No man shall be arrested!
I've only just thought to bring something to catch the pennies, and it's far too late. Like there's people with upside down umbrellas, there's kids with buckets, and I wish me luck.
Honiton is famous as one of the staging points on the Exeter to London road, and there were more pubs on Honiton High Street than most towns have. There were wealthy people who lived in the town and who stayed in the inns, and they used to take delight in throwing out hot pennies and watching the serfs, I suppose, burn their fingers.
Here we go. Bloody hell! Whoa! Ow! I did not. I took my eye off the pennies for a moment.
It's 802 years this year. We think there would have been a few breaks over the years for World War, whatever. For years it's run on nothing because all the pennies are collected in jars in the pubs. And we do throw out hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth of pennies.
All the pubs would have a large bottle or a can or a tray, and people would put their loose change in it. Nowadays, you have to order the pennies 2 weeks in advance from the banks to even have them.
Come on! It's 1 penny. It's 1 penny, but I'm really proud of the penny. Can confirm, slightly warm.
They used to be heated up. They were literally heated in the ovens of the pubs. There was a stream running down one of the sides of the high street. So there's photographs of kids in the drains pulling pennies out, but also cooling them because they've got burns on their hands. And I believe there's a lady in Honiton who to this day carries a scar from being burnt by a penny in the mid-60s.
They used to be proper hot. I mean, like burning, scalding hot. And if you caught them on your arm, I do have a friend from school and he claims that he still has a scar and he's really proud of his hot penny scar, but they'd be scattering on the floor and it would hurt to pick them up.
They've got a kid throwing up there, and he's very much throwing at and not up.
We used to wear gloves, hobnail boots, old clothes. And then when we got back in school, we'd be given 100 yards for skiving off.
It seems crazy now that we used to get tossed boiling hot coins, especially when we were little young children, but to be honest, that was half the fun.
No, I'm well out of range here. I did not fight hard enough to be in the crowd with the umbrellas. I'm the cut my losses with 2 pennies and 1 slightly injured camera operator. I am so sorry.
It was quite a wild event. Nowadays we have to be a little bit more careful. So the pennies are scattered rather than thrown. They're warmed in the sun at best, or at worst, depending where you look at it. We hope we don't have injuries. We're about making certain that these wonderful old quaint customs continue.
One of the problems with urban planning is that change is difficult. Most towns are built around cars. Many of them want to switch to something that's more transit friendly and walkable, but it's a very slow and difficult process. But what if the car never arrived? What if your town was so inaccessible for so long that by the time it became possible for cars to drive in, the people decided they didn't want them? This is Zermatt, a ski resort in the Alps in southern Switzerland. And this is the end of the valley. There's no easy way past those mountains. You can't drive in here. There is a road, but it's narrow and twisting and only open if you get special permission and pay quite a large fee. And even then, you can't get into the town proper. Instead, the next town over has a lot of parking and a train to shuttle tourists back and forth. It used to be that the only vehicles here were horse-drawn carriages, but in the 1980s, Zermatt modernised, jumping straight past petrol cars and internal combustion engines and going fully electric, with some very specific requirements.
We don't have private cars. The hoteliers and all the builders and all the taxis, of course, can't go just by bicycle, so they ask. The local government make the decision. The business people has to send us the paper, why you need a vehicle, and then we have this checklist. We give them permission, maybe for 3 years. And if the business is running, he can keep it. But if you are a person like Tom Scott, why you need one? Yeah, I live up here. It's very difficult to go up there. Then we would say, sorry, you can take a taxi. And all the deliverers, they have a car, but not the shops, also not the restaurants. We are really strict that since 20 years we have around 520 vehicles.
If you grew up in Britain around the same time as I did, you might be thinking, those are milk floats. And yes, it's basically the same technology. A battery electric vehicle with a very long service life, designed for decades of low speed use, to be fixed easily if it breaks, and to make a minimum of noise. In the 20th century, British dairies used fleets of vehicles like that for delivering bottles of milk to millions of homes every morning, which seems weird these days, but then so does a lot of the 20th century. Zermatt here used these vehicles for everything. Taxis are the most obvious one, but buses, trucks, the police car, they all look like that, and many of them were designed and built locally by a company just over there that started out with horse-drawn taxis.
In the 17th, my father, he was a horse driver. We had some electric cars with a platform, but nothing for transport people. And then my father, he did buy with a company near Zurich an electric car for transport people. And then later on 1985, I did come to my brother and we did start with the factory Stimbo. We are building in a year about 10 to 15 cars, and to build an electric car for a small company like we are, it's not so easy. Here in our company we are 10. And what you can see there, that's a new electric cars. This one is the new generation with lithium-ion batteries. Before we did work with batteries in lead, and now with the lithium-ion batteries, everything it's very easy. You can drive with this lithium-ion technology 2-3 hours through. It's no problem anymore. That's what has changed a lot. These electric cars, they are all handmade. I can tell you so. Every piece you see at this car, we have them many times in our hands. The other people say the market is not big enough. That's why we can build them. It costs about 140,000 Swiss francs. The lifetime of these electric cars, it's about 30 up to 50 years. That's no problem. Then with aluminium we have now rust, and it's quality. It's handmade quality.
It took me a while to notice something as I walked around Zermatt. In every city, in every town, there is a constant, quiet roar of traffic noise from somewhere, even if it's off in the distance. And here, there just isn't. It's missing. And that's really obvious at night, but right now, of course, that's very difficult to demonstrate because there's construction, there's the rush of the river that's really audible from this vantage point. It's carrying all the glacier meltwater down the valley. There are helicopters and trains, but at night, when everything's calm, there's no traffic noise. And while I know it's a one-off, and I know it only works because this is a small, rich, and very expensive ski resort with a weird history that's outsourced its parking to the next town over, I can't help thinking that it'd be nice if more towns and cities sounded like that.
Everybody knows the rules. The children grows up with this. Can I have a car? Are you crazy? So it's in the mind from the locals. When I tell people from Switzerland we are living in a town without petrol cars, they said, how you manage? By bicycle or by foot or by bus? So they can't believe it. But if you are in this system, then it's so normal.
I'm off script. Normally at this point, I am reading something that I've written well in advance. When I get to a place to film, there should be no surprises. But this was so far ahead of anything that I imagined before coming here that I've had to throw out every word I've written. So this is just me vlogging, I guess. It's going to get edited together. I'm going to tell you the story of what may be the most impressive home project I've ever seen in my life. So I put a call out last year asking for interesting things in the world that people were affiliated with that might show on this channel, and got a lot of suggestions in. And one of them was from a couple of folks in Italy who had built a submarine simulator. Now, I've previously filmed in a tank simulator from the 1970s in Germany. It's wonderfully analog. There's this big box that bounces along and this little model world that this tank goes through. And it turns out they had something similar for submarines, only with a real tiny submarine in a little tank. I'm like, that is great. That's going to make a brilliant story. I'll go out, and I thought I knew what I was getting myself into, because it's going to be this little remote operated vehicle, this little sub that goes around a pond, and then they're going to send video from that back to like a little controller on a screen in a room, and that's great. Love a little video. So I get here and I'm met by Marco and Danilo, who are the two main people behind it. There's a whole team who've done all sorts of things on this, but they take me in, and my first clue that this is more than I thought it was is the startup sequence. This is built like it's some sort of fancy escape room, or maybe even a theme park attraction, but like there is a whole unlocking sequence where they boot up the submarine that we're going to walk into, and there's a big wheel that clunk unlocks. You pull open the pressure door, you walk in, and like I'll show you my reaction. It's a lot.
The badge on your left.
Oh, badge on my left. Slide.
Welcome.
Oh, wow. This is incredible.
Closing control room sector. Mission confirm. Explorer preliminary checklist.
So right away, this is not some little thing in the corner of a room. This is what set designers would call a 360 experience. It doesn't matter where you look. This is a submarine, as far as the people in there are concerned. I sat in the wrong chair. Okay. The one at the front is for the captain, which is normally one of the team here. and the actual controls are in the back. So while I'm being blown away by the startup sequence that they're going through, that they know off by heart because they designed it, turns out I should actually have been in the back there. So we swap seats and we go through the startup sequence. And it is this pre-rendered computer graphics sequence where the submarine is miniaturized, as if it were actually going to be put into the real pond. Brilliant. And then I realized something. The room is moving.
Abbiamo comunque scelto di usare dei motoriduttori elettrici invece che degli attuatori pneumatici perché il loro controllo di posizione è più semplice e non avevamo bisogno di potenze elevate.
We are simulating something very slow, so we don't need the shaking power of the modern platform you can find. So we built our own with that objective in mind.
So at this point I've just got this smile of joy on my face because I'm just overwhelmed at the scale of this, of something that feels like a theme park attraction just sitting in an old 19th century mill in rural Italy. And then the camera feed turns on. We are dropped into the pond. It's not like there's a drop, there's like a clunk from the hydraulics. The camera feed turns on and there is the world in front of us.
Sure.
This is actually in the lake.
We are in. Definitely.
This is the
Oh!
Let's move.
And try. Is it drift, lateral, lateral.
But there's actual movement here. So it starts out with Marco and Danilo on the controls, just kind of showing me what to do and kind of showing me a couple of interesting things in the pond. But I start to pick up what's going on. I start to pick up how to use things. I go from just doing the rudder to actually starting to control the depth a little bit and starting to control the tilt. It's got 5 degrees of freedom. So it will do tilt, it will do yaw, it will go forwards, backwards, left, right, and it will go up and down, 5 degrees. And all of these are controlled by separate things. And yes, like the picture quality is not spectacular. This is not a perfectly lit 4K HD camera on the front, but it's an actual camera. For a moment, I feel like I'm controlling a submarine. Like, it works because there's this gentle motion as we go. When it gets put into full throttle, we get pushed back in our seats a little. When we stop, we rock forward. And it's really clever. It's really, really clever. So my plan is we'll have a mosey round the pond, it'll be nice and gentle, and while that happens, I'll ask them the questions about how, why, yeah, no, I completely forgot how to do that later.
Abbiamo cominciato questo progetto intorno agli anni 2009.
Il sistema di movimentazione della batisfera è stato creato nel corso degli anni, prima il tilt, poi il roll, e i sistemi di controllo si sono evoluti nel tempo diventando ora 5 computer che dialogano tra di loro per controllare tutte le parti del simulatore e del sistema di brandeggio, quello che muove il sottomarino nell'ambiente.
Praticamente la nostra idea non è solo quella di visitare il laghetto che abbiamo costruito, questo in realtà serve solo per dimostrare quello che può fare, quindi potremmo decidere di visitare laghi naturali più grandi, porzioni di stagni o addirittura anche all'interno di piccoli acquari, o ancora di più si potrebbe visitare in remoto luoghi lontani da dove siamo adesso, con una buona connessione internet. Quindi ad esempio anche a livello didattico una scuola potrebbe fare una visita di un lago in un'altra nazione o in un'altra regione del suo paese. Oppure all'interno di un museo naturalistico si potrebbero guardare delle vasche con animali, magari anche piccoli animali che normalmente non sarebbero attraenti per dei bambini, ma in questo modo i particolari vengono esaltati.
You're saying this in completely the wrong order, by the way. I'm just telling the story as best I can. We continue exploring the pond and we go hunting for life. But before we can do that, there is an emergency on board. And look, I didn't know this was going to happen. What I should have done is hired a local production team and sent them into recce in advance so I could be surprised by this, but the cameras would be in the right position. I didn't know there was going to be an emergency in the submarine and there was going to be a whole other room that I would have to go into in order to try and fix the reactor core. But there was, I mean, spoilers if you're ever going to do this, but like, the scale of this, the little detailed touches, the things that lit up, just absolutely incredible. So finally, we go searching for life, and there are a couple of newts at the bottom of the pond, because this is a natural pond. And they were very clear that they did not introduce the newts. You're not allowed to introduce the newts, they just built a very good pond, and the newts arrived on their own. This is real. This is not some Floridian theme park adventure. This is an actual, real little submarine going around a pond. But that was the last surprise. Then they go and show me what the actual submarine is. I was absolutely convinced that it was a real submarine, and it's on. That's so clever. That's so clever. Because of course I assumed it was going to be a little ROV. It was going to be a little floating submarine like the one they showed me the model of inside. It was going to be just a miniaturized version of that with a camera on it and a cable. No, of course it wasn't. It's a big home-built XYZ plotter, like a thing from a 3D printer. I don't know what the technical term is, but it's a huge rig they've built with a pan-tilt zoom camera and a Logitech webcam on it. This is all homebrew. This is all made by them.
Yeah. This is a proof of concept, but the limited number of people that could see this is because of we are not always here for showing that.
So if there's some science outreach fund in Italy out there who would like to build a version of this, you are the people to talk to.
Yeah, sure.
Non ho capito.
Se c'è qualcuno fuori che può mettere i soldi per costruzione.
Sì.
Noi siamo le persone con cui parlare.
Sì, siamo le persone.
This is never going to be some mass market public thing, not here. If you are hoping to have a go, you will probably be disappointed. Maybe if you're a local and you happen to be on their website on the day when they say there's some dates available, good luck. But this is not a thing meant for huge amounts of people in the public. This is a proof of concept. This is a passion project. This is something that was built because they wanted to build it. And maybe there's a version 2.0 that'll come in with some Science Foundation funding or something like that. I don't know. I kind of hope so. I would love loads of people to experience this. But at the same time, there is something so charming about this wonderful thing that's just in the back of an old mill in Italy. Since 1967, CEA Leti, here in Grenoble in the southeast of France, has been one of the world's largest research hubs for electronics and nanotechnology. And by the mid-2000s, the folks here had a problem. They had 2 clean rooms, 2 carefully controlled spaces with purified air where research and testing could be done without any dust or contaminants getting in the way. But those 2 clean rooms were 250 meters apart on opposite sides of a road, which is the kind of thing that happens when your campus steadily grows over decades. So, every time some tiny component or piece of equipment needed to be moved from one to the other, it had to be put in sterile packaging. Then the researchers would have to leave the clean room, take off all their gowns and gloves and shoe covers, walk over, put on a whole new set of protective gear, clean off the packaging, and then finally go in and unpack it. And you can see the solution. They built the world's cleanest people mover, a clean room on wheels that can somehow dock and undock to the main buildings without letting any outside air in. And we're going for a ride.
The clean room is about 11,000 square meters. Today at Leti we have about 2,000 employees and 800 of them are focusing on fabrication. We are making devices from components to sensors, and we are mixing a wide variety of technologies, including lasers, quantum technologies. We are able to print circuits down to the 10 nanometer nodes. This is a device that you will find in your phone or in drones and specific systems. To speak about the dimension, we said that the thickness of one hair is about 50 micron. So when we discuss a transistor with a dimension of 10 nanometer, it's about 5,000 times smaller than a hair. And the risk is that when one hair is dropping on the surface, that of course the circuit won't operate.
All of the horrible human stuff is sealed inside many layers. Let's go ride a people mover.
We have to operate in a very clean environment since the source of contamination is us. So basically we have to wear a special clothes to protect the wafers and the dies and the circuits and the nanotransistors from us.
Obvious question, why not just build a corridor? Well, they did think about it, but that's a colossal amount of space that would have to be filled with ventilation and air treatment equipment all the way along, all constantly running and maintained at huge expense. Also, they were worried about how people would feel walking down an isolated, empty, narrow, sealed-in 250-metre corridor with no doors, where you can't see the other end because it needs steps in the middle to get over the road. Not great. Oh, there's the buttons. Someone should probably join me in here.
How clean is the clean room? I would say compared to the hospital and the surgical theater. The surgical theater has probably 100 times more particles in the air. And I would say that the house has probably 1 million times more particles in the air. We can see these big grey pipes, and this is the way that we are operating the recirculation of the air from the top to the basement through the clean rooms.
I should point out, there's 3 or 4 people crowded behind the camera here. I'm not being allowed in the clean room funicular on my own. Here we go. And this is a clean room. The air is still being circulated just as it was in each of the buildings. The concrete supports that we're travelling over and all the powered systems that are hauling the cables that are moving us are, well, they're not off the shelf, but they are about as standard as you can get for something like this. They're manufactured by a company called Poma, who make all sorts of ropeways. But this clean room that sits on the top, well, making this work was up to the folks in the CEA.
So in the clean room we have a special team which take care of the cleaning of the surfaces and make sure that no particles are stuck. We have to clean the shuttle as well, so the cleaning team is also operating within the shuttle.
The problem is that this has to dock and undock from the clean rooms. How does dust and outside air not get inside? The cabin slows down a lot at the end of its run, and that's because it has to position itself extremely carefully, millimetre accurate, to make sure the rubber seal on this door matches up with the rubber seal on the door of the clean room. They get connected, and then high pressure air blasts out anything in between. All the outside atmosphere is exhausted by fresh, clean air. And this whole system, the people mover and the clean room, is kept at a slightly higher pressure than the outside. So if there ever is a leak, it's only going to leak outwards.
When you enter the shuttle, the door will close and then you have to wait for maybe 30 seconds before there is a higher pressure inside. And then at the end, we have the same operation. It's to depressurize the shuttle to allow the door to open and the operator to move in the next clean room facility.
So why not just let people keep walking over the old-fashioned way? Well, before this was installed, the researchers here estimated that transporting stuff between the 2 rooms was so inefficient that it lost the time equivalent of 7 or 8 full-time jobs. And rebuilding the clean rooms would cost far, far more. This might seem a bit unnecessary at first, but out of everything, it's probably the least expensive option. And I am not allowed through this door. I can't do the walk off into the distance. I'm not allowed through this. My badge doesn't let me. We go back. Let's go back. Most architecture students at most universities learn to design buildings, but don't actually build anything bigger than a model. Construction isn't an architect's job. After all, their job is to design. But behind me is Poly Canyon, up in the hills above California Polytechnic State University, or Cal Poly for short. For decades, some of the senior architecture students at Cal Poly have designed and built experimental final projects at full scale in the architecture laboratory. And some of those projects are really weird. So everything here was built by the students?
Yes, a lot of times it's based on their schoolwork, and it's in a topic that they want to explore more deeply. They come up with the design, the materials that they need. They do a cost estimate. Some of these go back, I'm not quite sure if the 60s, but definitely early 70s.
So how many structures are there?
I think there are about 21 or 22 that are still kind of standing.
It's not like every student does a senior project that's here. It's if they've got a design they want to make real and they can find the funding for it.
Exactly.
Cal Poly will give them the space to do it.
Exactly.
How often is there a new building here?
They come really in spurts. Like someone will build, and I think then the students hear about other groups building, so then they might try and do something. We might get one project maybe every 2 to 3 years on average. They try and make it like you were working in the real world. So you have to go through our facilities department here, and they have to get a building permit. And these days there's also a plan for what will be the upkeep. So it's open to the public. So if you're on campus, everyone is welcome to kind of explore the area. And I was amazed when I first started coming out here again, because I went to Cal Poly as an undergrad, and so when I came back, I was really amazed at how much the canyon gets used, and especially in the afternoons and on weekends. There's quite a bit of foot traffic.
I've seen little tensegrity structures for desk toys, but that's a full building. That's massive. That must have been done in computer simulation first.
They did do some computer modeling. I had them build some models with stick and string so that we could just make sure we got the geometry right.
Close up, this almost seems reasonable. My brain's not breaking looking at it. And then you take a step back and you realise that this whole central section and the two things dangling down here, it's just these cables.
Exactly, yeah.
It really feels like it should drop down. When the buildings here are completed, they're left to stand, to face the elements, which means some locals call this place the architecture graveyard, but I don't think that's fair, because there is upkeep here. The buildings are maintained, but cost and time are always going to be issues.
There was a time when people used to live here.
Really?
They were curators of Poly Canyon. And so they lived in some of these various structures. They would stay here, and they had running water and some electricity, but they would stay here, and the idea was that they would do minor repairs in exchange for housing. It was a really interesting time. This was the last space that was used for caretakers. 2 bedrooms. They were one was in this module here, this square that you see above your head, and then there is another bedroom right over this module here. And then they had a kitchen, bathroom was right here, and then like a living space was right over here. But everything's stable. It holds up. And it's mostly visitors like us, so there's not a lot of activity down here.
Who funds it if they want to build some?
Right, so a lot of times the college may have a little bit of money to help them, more like seed money to get them started. But the students will go out to companies that have a relationship with the college, and they'll pretty much ask for not necessarily money, but materials that company sells.
And they're actually doing the graph to put stuff together.
They did everything together. It's amazing what you'll see. And then actually 2 of them ended up coming back and getting married here. So yes.
In Poly Canyon?
In Poly Canyon, under their structures.
I really like this place. I've wanted to visit here for a long time, but parts of it are run down. As soon as one vandal tags a structure and breaks the ice, a lot more people think it's somehow okay to turn up with spray paint. I'm worried about publicising this. I've got a responsibility to the places I visit and the people I work with, and there are plenty of other things that have been ruined by too many tourists or too many YouTubers. But Poly Canyon is open to the public. You can hike out here and stand in these buildings yourself. This isn't an architecture graveyard, it's an art gallery.
The hope was, if we can show that it is still living, right? That maybe people start to take care of it, so that it can last for the next generation of students.
See, now I want to come down here with a bucket of whitewash and
Exactly,
help.
yes. Well, I will let you know if you happen to be in California.
Wellington, the capital of New Zealand, is a city built on steep hills. If you're a tourist, you will probably stop by the Wellington cable car at some point, which will pull you up from the main shopping street to the Botanic Gardens. But if you're local, there are more than 100 other cable cars in the city, and they are definitely not for tourists.
I purchased this house at the end of 2020, and we were just looking for a house. We weren't looking for a cable car house, but this house just came with a cable car, and we found out that the previous owner had some mobility issues, and that's why she installed it. And I've been living in this cable car house for about 2 years.
Access Automation has installed approximately 300 cable cars around New Zealand. The majority of those will be in Wellington because that's our base, but we also do installations all around New Zealand and all around the Asia Pacific for that matter. I've got lots of different names: hillside lift, incline lift, probably a more accurate description. The Australians call them inclinators, which is a pretty cool name.
This isn't just about laziness or having something swish to raise your property prices. There are quite a few houses in this city that are up on hills and only accessible by long flights of stairs or twisting, winding pathways tucked behind other buildings with no direct road. There are even some cable cars that give access to several different houses along one track.
Our larger cable cars are for commercial installations for hotels and resorts. We're looking at 800 kilograms, 10 passengers, up to 200 metres in length. And some of them go on almost vertical cliff faces. They're really spectacular. A typical small residential cable car would carry 2 people, might run 15, 20 metres. Be ideal for a retired couple or just to get access to their home. We still get a lot of inquiries for new cable cars. A common inquiry is for people wanting to develop the back of their section. In the old days, they would tend to build the houses close to the access point to the road, but with the cable car, it gives the option of opening up rear sections. There's road access to the front lot, but if you've got like a 30 or 40 degree gradient hill, it's not practical for people to walk up 40 or 50 metres up a gradient like that, so that's where the cable car comes into its own. The bar for safety is always going up, and that's one of our challenges, is to meet the very high requirements for safety without making them unaffordable. A small installation, you're probably starting around 200,000 New Zealand dollars these days. There's significant investment.
So if you've got to regularly lug bags of shopping or anything else heavy up 20 metres of stairs, or if you're older and worrying that mobility issues might mean you have to leave your home, and you've got the money to install one of these, it is actually a reasonable approach. But cable cars like this aren't cheap, and like any other elevator, they have to be regularly inspected and certified.
Yeah, it was interesting moving in and never having owned a house before, and suddenly the house needs a warrant of fitness, which is something that I'd never thought about. It was something I've only associated with cars in the past.
So cable cars are covered by the Building Act. They're actually considered to be buildings. They require an annual warrant of fitness, and our company is registered as an independent qualified party to be able to inspect the cable cars.
These cable cars are the same as elevators in any other block of apartments, just open to the elements and not quite vertical.
I think it's worth it if you're older, like as a young, very quite fit person. I was a bit like, oh, okay, I guess I just have this annual expense now. But it is like fun for parties, and everyone loves the cable car, and it is great when you're moving house.
I started Access Automation pretty much 30 years ago, and so we've been designing and building them and maintaining them for that long. It's been an absolutely fabulous experience, but I sort of feel like it's time to pass the baton on now. That's something that requires new blood to really let that flourish. It needs to be taken beyond what I can do. I guess the most satisfying part of this job is the fact that we're doing something that helps people. We allow elderly people to stay in their homes longer. At the other end of the scale, young professional couples, we allow them to develop properties on hillsides and sites that wouldn't otherwise be able to be built on. So we're building a product that's got a human element to it. I guess that's why I've been doing it for so long and still enjoy it.
If you believe the media hype, then the Svalbard Global Seed Vault is preparation for doomsday. Inside here, and no, I'm not allowed in, much like the rest of this tour group, inside here on the edge of the world is a giant freezer that keeps plant seeds, storing them frozen at -18°C, safe from any disaster. The vault is earthquake resistant. It is high up a mountain in case of sea level rise, and deep in that mountain, 150 metres, in case of asteroid strike. And in theory, even in a Cold War nuclear apocalypse, there will be a lot of missiles flying overhead, over the North Pole, but no one is actually going to bother getting one to land on this Arctic wasteland. It's a good story, isn't it? The Doomsday Vault, ready to kickstart the Earth after most of humanity is wiped out. But it is just a good story. In reality, the Seed Vault is an off-site backup. Many countries in the world have their own version of it for their own local seeds. The US has one in Colorado and Britain has one in West Sussex. If a plant goes extinct, hopefully it can be recovered from there. But as anyone who's ever accidentally deleted a file knows, you should always have multiple backups. And that's what this is. When a country's seed bank is flooded or goes up in flames or gets destroyed through incompetence or malice, the Svalbard Vault will be there to help them restock. In the event of an apocalypse, we are going to have a lot of things to do that are much more important than trekking to the Arctic Circle to recover some obscure seeds.